Okay, Shabby Life. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cookie, bringing you some more Verse 1999. We are continuing on with The Prisoner in the Cave.
Can somebody tell me why I constantly get locked up ever since I've known Vertin?
And now we collect the coordinates. The rocket pirate is deep in thought.
First locked up in a suitcase, then a Foundation cell, now this! Oh, what else could it be if Vertin weren't the jinx? Lads! I know what's going on! You got the wrong person! She is the most irrational number here.
The dungeon gate remains tightly locked. The wood made of it wouldn't understand her words.
I'm knocked. What does it say here? Freedom will be granted once the proof is completed. That's to say, I have to prove myself not an irrational number to get out of here. Which is exactly what I've been trying to do, isn't it? Rats.
First slashes against a wooden gate.
Ugh.
It draws to her crotch because of the pain.
Captain, maybe you're in the wrong direction. This apple presumes that the followers on this island have a close connection with Pythagoreanism.
Pythagoras? That ancient Greek mathematician? The guy who said something about the opposite side of a right triangle? Isn't he the guy who lives in sometime BC?
Maths is only a part of the Pythagoreans' achievement, but from a more universal perspective, they are a mysterious group of scholars. Believing things are made up of numbers, venerating integer numbers, abstaining from beans, and the religious collective lifestyle. These are all pointing to Pythagoreanism. The earliest Pythagorean school perished because of the discovery of irrational numbers, which explains their odium of it. At that time, a deviant student named Hippasus discovered root 2, and the theories based on the ratio of integers they hold dear were upended. Hippasus himself was drowned in the sea. This apple assumes they see the integers as the standard of virtue, and people can increase the number they rank through study and self-improvement. Besides, they are convinced that a numerical code is hidden in everything and everyone. Whoever can solve the code can obtain the truth of the world.
Alright, now I know what's going on.
No, you do not. I think it immediately got off the ground.
This pirate has had enough of this moral standard, which is obviously prudish, backward, and lacks humanitarian spirit. I'm going to tackle the root cause of this misfortune.
Pirate, the believer in liberty, walks in circles in front of the gate and suddenly starts to pull the loosened strips of the door.
I'm breaking out!
Why am I not surprised? The captain quickly gives the sufficient and prerequisite condition to prove herself an irrational number. This apple may be able to offer some help.
As soon as Upton puts his hand on the wheel, he feels a violent shake come to her.
What's happening? An earthquake?
song of birds and beasts echoes into the cell. Chief made up floats out from the gap of the guest room, making a thorough inspection.
All Abraxases are flying in the same direction. Is this their habit, or...
Ah! The roof is about to collapse! So far, this place has made the London Juvenile Detention Centre a heaven on earth.
Fortunately, the scattered rocks were not enough to fill the suspicious gas. Nancy pulled herself together and resumed her prison break once again. As the class made the cell drafty, a cold, gloomy fog descends to the room. The wooden gate, however, stands still.
Oh, is there a piece of paper? Did one of the Abraxases drop this? Strange. The unsolvable puzzle. Is this a math problem? 0.4, 0.7, 1, 1.6, 2.8, 5.2, 10 and 19.6. 8 numbers in total are listed in this order.
There are 8 symbols below, respectively representing the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn and Uranus. Maybe it is a hint that we should fill the symbols in the blank box after the numbers. That sign says, to complete the proof. Does it mean to solve this puzzle?
Ha! How unsolvable can it be? Clearly, each of these 8 numbers should represent one planet. We can easily find the missing planet by trying them one by one. And our Mr. Apple here is the king of the Times crossword. Yes?
I think there is a difference between this and a crossword.
The metal Redford rubs his chin, contemplating the crossword. Yes, it's in.
In this Apple's humble opinion, the ratio of certain numbers should match this number sequence, such as the radius, volume, or rotation period.
Wouldn't the sun be absurdly large if these numbers stand for their sizes?
The tiny squeak interrupts record as a song. Small rustling fingers had gathered at her feet without her noticing.
Hey! The underground critters are back! Go away! Don't touch my notes! It's not your food!
Look at my back.
Relax.
Isn't that?
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Time to check my calculation.
A little trick.
Here. Professional. A perfect argument. Intersect and divide. Here.
Haven't you eaten?
Stop.
Stamina. about more content.
No worries.
Fine.
It could be found. I smell the scent of empire.
Oh. Aha. Gee. Haven't you eaten? Хорошо.
Even that.
Right wing.
Are you a rational numbers?
It will all
Wanna
be
watch the
fine.
aerial stunts?
Breathe.
Right wing. ВДВ.
The final
Сколько
demonstration.
побед! Swallow my exhaust!
Welcome to the world of numbers.
It will all be fine. Relax. Please, don't resist.
Rational. It could be found.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Aha.
Oh.
Please take this for a moment. Relax. No worries.
Red 38 is about to reach.
Hold on, please, Captain. Seems like the critters are trying to tell us something. They are pointing at the sign of the sun.
Is that so? Even the critters on this island know math. The sun. What if the sun is just here to serve as a reference point? I read an IAU's report in the Times 2 years ago. You know, the International Astronomical Union. Earth's average distance to the sun is approximately 93 million miles. As for Mercury, the average distance is 36 million, and Venus 67 billion miles. Let's say if we take the distance between Earth and the Sun as one astronomical unit, then the distance between the Sun and Mercury would be approximately 0.4 units, and Venus 0.7 units. There you go. These numbers are the ratio of their average distance to the Sun to the Earth-Sun distance.
Everything but both logical and inevitable.
The average distance from Mars to the Sun is about 142 million miles. Jupiter about 484 million miles. Saturn 886 million miles, and Uranus 1.786 billion miles. By rough calculation, and if we round the results to one decimal place, Mars would be 1.6 units, Jupiter 5.2 units, Saturn 10 units, and Uranus 19.6 units. That's weird. All these numbers one can hardly remember have become so clear in my mind.
I think a little simple left is this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's another one left.
But if these numbers stand for the ratio of distance, what's the planet for 2.8? There's no planet between Mars and Jupiter.
If the Sun is the reference, we will have one planet missing here. Is it really a puzzle unsolvable?
Aha! Nothing is unsolvable. You are looking at the solution. There must be one planet out there, unknown to us as of yet, located between Mars and Jupiter.
A massive resin sticks beneath the ground.
What now?
A planet emerges from the darkness. Woo! I'm liking these effects. It rises in the air with little warning, shedding a cold gray light in this damp and dark cave. It's bright, gigantic, and noticeable.
What is this? A celestial body, which I have never seen before.
Captain, this apple has an impression on this. There is indeed a star between Mars and Jupiter. It is called the Ceres, discovered by Piazzi Giuseppe, an Italian priest in 1801.
Ceres? Did we just validate its existence? Is the universe truly arranged according to this sequence? Could this be the ultimate key of everything?
Regulus. Regulus.
Someone is eagerly shaking her arm.
What are you doing? Got food poisoning after accidentally eating one of those critters?
Odd. My head hurts. What was that?
All the stars have disappeared. Now there are only cold walls and damp air. Oh, and Lilia, who is looking grave.
I'll make it short. Stanetta is in detention. They're planning to sentence her to death by giving her the poisoned wine.
They what?
As you can see, this school on the island lives in a box made by the truth. Even if they have a donut in their hands when they are hungry, they still see a topological space. Like the cute ring attached to an initiation toy. It's not food anyways. But if you give them a puzzle, they will enjoy it like the best Kaiserschmarrn. Oh, my apologies. I was not talking about the one you are holding.
It doesn't taste good.
No. With all due respect, that thing in your hand is pretty old. The mold on it seems to come from the 18th century, judging from the smell. I'm sure you know it will make you sick if eaten. But we have to admit, it is not just ordinary mold. It reminds us of the story in which, once, a merchant's son looked up at the night sky and found the answer to the stars for us. The young man firmly believed that the movement of the stars and the sun follows certain laws, just like how the delicate gears in a watch work together. And his point was even proven correct by Zeus's grandfather. When another gentleman observed the sky through the reflecting telescope he took great pains to make, a celestial body was exactly there. What was it called? Ah, 19.6. The 8th number in the sequence, the 7th planet in the solar system, and the legendary God of the Sky. If the world was not created by God, are there any theories we can use to explain such a beautiful law? Yes. The one that says it never actually exists. Anyone can see the breach in this number sequence. That is the planet, which is supposed to be the 5th number in the sequence. I mean, how come we have never seen it before, if it does exist? Either God is wrong, or we've been blind all this time. What do you think?
I don't know.
Oh, darling. I forgot that you are one of the boring people from the modern times. You need to understand that we are talking about a forgotten masterpiece from the 18th century. Back then, everyone still believed that the imaginary creatures living on the stars got to witness the birth of God's creations, and the everlasting temperature changes up there were set to punish the exiles. Oh, how romantic. It was a beautiful dream, but it was still ended, eventually, by another discovery. The 8th planet. Not the Ceres, nor the Uranus, but a new planet. People found it through more precise astronomical data and calculation, proving that the number sequence found by the merchant's son was only a myth. Now we are clear of what we've been talking about. It's an unsolvable puzzle. It makes no sense from the very beginning. We found the Ceres because it happened to be there. It is real, and no one can deny its existence. In other words, we can perfectly prove the rationality of mathematics because we invented it. It's been a good dream, I suppose. Now, imagine that you are walking alone in the darkest valley ever, trying to drag your fragile body upward as much as possible before it is worn out. Hoarse cries squeeze their way out of your mouth to ask for a response from the gods. Suddenly, an afflatus dawns on you. The next moment, a miracle happens. You are already at the top of the mountain, witnessing the rise of a huge celestial body from the skyline. Even if it's only in your imagination, you have just witnessed the dawn of the creation, and the shock is real.
Actually require the help of a ruler, compass, and set tomorrow.
An old admonition is engraved here.
Let no one ignorant of geometry or the irrational numbers enter. "37 told me you are the integers. She's the genius kissed by the god of truth. She can see our numbers and has never made a mistake. But I don't understand. Why would you break the silence at the meeting?"
I apologize, Miss Sophia. I won't defend our behavior.
You may save that apology for later. If you can persuade more than half of the people to vote for your friend's commutation, perhaps she won't be sentenced to death. I have gathered some case files from the past. I hope it will be of some help.
The skull is lined with gold gem. We move on knowing what is exact. It is a significant death.
These files are... But won't you be in trouble for helping us?
I have my own reasons.
Sylvia closes her eye, recalling the ancient wisdom.
Integers are the living example of virtues, the standard of purification. It represents a soul existing in the world of forms, a true being. It is the floating points behind the decimal which dent the process of our overall purification. The evil. The ones who violate rules knowingly. The ones who turn a positive number into negatives. And a civil person, a criminal.
The corrector, who has no number, sighs and look away.
If integers like you would lose your life over some unintentional mistakes, wouldn't it be a great shame? Besides, I can't stand the idea of you being killed in front of me.
Not rigorous.
30 Cent suddenly shows up behind Sophia like an apparition. Her friend is quietly startled. She speaks a word, only moving a little away from her.
For one thing, we still don't know Vertin and Sonetto's numbers. For another, the fact that every crow we've seen is black doesn't necessarily entail that the next crow will also be black. Even if every virtuous person we met has been an integer, we can't be certain that the next one will still be an integer. Same case for irrational numbers.
You're right, 37. But people always tend to believe that virtuous people are integers. That is what we call belief.
Correct, but not entirely correct. Everyone can make mistakes. Numbers are just numbers. They are not associated with virtues.
Unlike me, you're always right, 37.
I don't know what differs us.
Sophia sighs and shifts her gaze.
Will you be at the assembly?
Yes.
Then I will leave them with you. I'm not qualified to set foot in the Hall of Truth. I have done poorly in receiving the guests. I will ask Six for my punishment after the assembly.
Huh? So you are not coming back to my laboratory? Neither will you help me review the calculation results or sort out the books?
The scripture shall not be challenged. What's more, any students here can help you in the laboratory. It doesn't have to be me.
37 disappointed. She lowers her head and kicks away a tiny piece of roll.
Had I known, I would have let someone else welcome Vertin and her friends. Like 210. He loves to brag to young ladies so much that he would take the punishment willingly, right?
You were that someone else who was assigned to receive them in the first place. If I hadn't stopped you in time, how much longer would Regulus's head have stayed in your mouth? Not to mention what happened last time, and the time before that.
But the fact that I have messed up all the receptions before doesn't mean I may excel in the next one. The chances of messing up the first reception and the 100th reception are the same.
Whatever you say, you little sophist.
She puts down the file and leaves in a hurry. She is a nice person.
Everyone says so. But compliments won't help her find her number.
Turn drops her hand, but soon her face is lit with a excited smile again, like a child who has found a piece of candy.
So, Vertin, are you ready for the debate?
Does that mean you will help us?
Of course. I don't want to miss the chance.
What chance?
The chance to see your numbers. There's no greater knowledge than the knowledge of oneself. And there's no more exciting truth than the truth of oneself. I can quickly tell which types of numbers you are, but it requires proof to know the exact number of your soul. I want to know the answer before you see your own numbers. So it's 37 who proves it, not Vertin.
I'd be glad to give this chance to you.
Sarah tells the corner of her lip discontently.
That's boring. Let's go, Vertin. The assembly's about to start.
Random people, 6, 37, 210. So Neto, and I'm assuming Vernon. Root in pairs and dozens, Zaparans leavers enter the venue. Plaintiffs and defendants are also seated. Oh, you're right.
Don't worry, Timekeeper. I'll defend myself.
She looks ill, but she's gazing steadily at the front.
Back in the Foundation, I once won a public debate of a similar nature. This is my duty. I won't let it get in the way of the team's investigation.
Soneto.
Soneto lowers her head in silence, then sets off resolutely to the center of the home. This scene is all too familiar. Inside the hall, a judge sits in authority.
By our tradition, Miss Soneto will be given the poisoned wine, so she will be muted and stay that way forever. However, Sophia raised her objection against the decision. After giving the matter some discreet thought, I have decided it is necessary to hold an assembly and take care of it democratically. Those of you who agree to the death sentence may remain seated. Those of you who wish to commute Miss Soneto's punishment, please put your pebble into the pot in the middle of the hall. Now, Miss Soneto, Miss Vertin, you may defend yourselves until the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom.
Truly, this is a formidable war. Relax and take a deep breath. Do as the training taught you.
I am Soneto from St. Pavlov Foundation. I wish all the honorable audiences here would lend me their ears to hear my defense as a humanitarian gesture.
What number are you?
A sharp question is thrown to them from the auditorium.
Defendant, the court requires an answer. What is your number?
What? Me? No, I don't have a number.
Don't waste our time. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. All her words are void. Sentence her to death now!
The crowd mumbles approval. The judge knocks at the stone bell.
42's argument is valid. Defenders, what do you wish to contend?
What? It's valid?
Her face has gone pale. What she is prepared for more justice, procedural justice, or the training she had, it has no effect on her. This is new territory.
Objection!
A big difference stands in front of the auditorium.
According to the record, the last time we inflicted severe punishment was in 1980 to a visitor who ate beans. He ate a carbuncle that feeds on beans. Then he was sentenced to death according to the set theory. In our scripture, eating beans is the most evil sin, which undoubtedly fits the most severe punishment. But if we are now executing people for breaking the silence at the assembly, how would it reflect our attitude towards the consumption of beans? Has the latter become less sinful? I suggest Soneto's punishment to be commuted.
This crowd starts to clamor.
A good argument.
37's argument is deemed valid. The debate will continue.
Judge just sits down, feeling satisfied. The comment angrily stands up.
Objection. The punishment for eating beans is to throw the offenders into the Gorgon current, while the punishment for the silence breaker is to drink poisoned wine. Among all the punishments we have, there's no other punishment more dreadful than being thrown into the Gorgon current. Because eternity and infinity are the two things we have the least knowledge of, which makes them the most ghastly punishments among all. Giving her the poisoned wine doesn't make the consumption of beans less sinful. Her argument is invalid.
The objection comes quicker than a knock on the stone door.
Objection! Both of the crimes would fall into the same category if we are taking the punishment as a frame of reference, which is death.
Objection. The two crimes in question are not commensurable, which makes your comparison invalid.
The debate is heating up. The crowd is becoming restless. More and more pillows are thrown into the bomb.
What's this? I'm completely lost in this irrational debate. I see. So that's how it works. Timekeeper, relax. I will help you.
Calm down, raise your right hand. This is just a debate. It's not about reality. It's not about justice. It's not about reason. It's about winning.
I object.
Look at my back.
I'd like to start by quoting 42's first argument. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth.
Oh, sir, there was a dolphin.
In that case, it's not possible for Sonetto to commit a crime in the Hall of Truth. Because she can't even be in the hall.
What?
Good point, Vertin. This is our chance to out-argue them.
Fine. Don't blink. Haven't you eaten? Vedev, wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Swallow my exhaust.
Don't blink.
These are merely clumsy sophisms. We've all seen her break the maxim.
Objection! What you see cannot be submitted to the court as a transcendental fact. It's nothing but the fragments of the phenomenal world which can't be used in your argument.
Objection sustained. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep the debate logically consistent.
Since Sonetto has no number, and a person without a number does not exist before the truth, Sonetto thus didn't offend your truth. She didn't break any rules.
Fine. Хорошо. Right win. A little trick. Haven't you eaten? Хорошо. Fine. Right win. Oh.
Objection! The rule breaker has a number. We can all tell that she is very likely an integer. Therefore, she should be identified as an unknown number, not void. Your sophism has failed.
42's argument is held valid. Is there anything else you'd like to add, defendant?
Tell you a secret, Vertin? We would call criminals negative numbers.
I got it!
ВДВ. Сколько побед? Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Swallow my exhaust.
Oh.
Shit!
shot. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Oh.
It is easy to prove Sonetto's innocence. According to the law of the excluded middle, Sonetto either committed a sin or committed no sin. The two statements cannot be both false at the same time. Since we consider a criminal as a negative number, and a non-criminal as a positive number, Sonetto at present is considered an unknown number. That means she doesn't belong to the criminal set, or the non-criminal set. She did not commit a sin, and did not commit no sin. It's a paradox. I hereby demand to modify the criminal sentence that has been given to Sonetto.
Red 38 is about to return.
The law of excluded middle. A good sophism. Good for you to create a paradox from one sentence of my argument. But pitifully, you've made a fatal mistake. You've taken my argument as the basis of your defense. I said people without a number should be expelled from the Hall of Truth.
Drop hot melon for the raid. My Among Us being stop lying.
You don't have Based on my argument, which has also been approved by you, I argue that all your arguments are invalid.
There's no time left.
I will hate coming to this island and will love to burn it to the ground because how they sink and talk just would give me a bloody headache. Like the whole, you cannot drop it, you cannot pick anything that's dropped, you cannot allow to eat beans, you cannot touch a white rooster, you can only go from the right, you can leave from the left. Do not, you do any of this, okay, you're sent to the ocean to die, and this gets another break of silence, okay, now you must drink poison wine to silence you forever. And the whole, integers, irregulars, fractions, the fucking bloody hell! Headaches, Lizon, headaches.
Thirteen has a number. I saw it.
What? 37, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah. I read her number just now. 13's number is 0.
Okay, see ya. Have a good rest. And of course, it's fucking 0. Bye.
Come closer. That's right. Take a few more steps and immerse yourself in the shadow, including that hat. You don't want those good ears to hear this private conversation. That pad of paper from the miss, yes, the one wielding the ruler, is quite valuable. I can tell it is of a certain age, and records quite a lot of anecdotes. One visitor to the island took out a baguette from his luggage. To share it with others, he made an attempt to parcel it off. Another visitor fell to the ground and happened to sit on a quart measure and break it. You can learn the punishments for them from the paper. The former was thrown into the sea, while the latter into the further sea.
As what?
Only God knows how this wine-dark sea holds so many visitors.
Wow, they can also resort to the debate.
Oh, the debate! That's really a pain in the neck for that logical, pragmatic assistant of yours, isn't it? People always tend to mark what they can't figure out as arcanists' doings, as if things would make sense once they do so.
What the, again, what? One person shipped flowers sent to the forest. Hold on, I keep forgetting which form letter means. So yeah, the person that tried to distribute flowers got sent to the ocean, while the one that fell and broke something, like got sent more farther away. What the fuck?
But it won't change the fact that the debate is only a game involving sophistry, improvisation, and straw man fallacy. So what makes it superior to beans, if the form is what they are really after? Anyways, whoever fools the others first will win the game. No arcanum at all. And that argument of hers is the best attraction for the audience. A special number. A 0.
Random between positive and negative.
You are neither positive nor negative, which means you don't belong to either side. Now, imagine one side as an orderly line, and the other as those wandering around. The wanderers can smell the abnormality in you, and of course, no one in that line sees you as one of them. In a restaurant, fruits are served without the seeds. But in a farm, the seeds are retained for the next harvest. Is there any value in the seeds? It depends on what you see when you look at them. the moment you realize that, you have come to the crossroad of fate. Now, back to the number we just talked about. Oh my! It's the prediction of your whole life. Can you believe that? You owe that spirited little genius a thank you. By the way, what do you see in her number? I always know you're a quick learner. You're very good at noticing new things. That's right. 37 is only 37. A nice unique prime number which equals the word genius. At least everyone prefers to think this way. Why not deify the one that is able to reach the truth when you have the chance? It's much easier to pin your hopes on others than to blame yourself. I guess you also did that, right, darling? It's okay. She never says no. She just lets the hopes pile up on her shoulder because she simply doesn't care at all. What a good child.
It's not a debate between numbers. In fact,
Who ate beans? Given that form is a bubble. That's troublesome. It could be found. Intersect and divide. It could be found. Time to check my calculation. Form is a bubble. Given that it could be found. Uh-huh. The final that it could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers. Huh. Form is a bubble.
there was an outbreak of muttering among the white robes. Even the solemn judge stands up.
37. You just said Vertin's number is 0. Do you know what it means?
Very clearly.
Would you be able to submit proof to a payron?
No problem.
Half of you in this hall have put in the pebbles. If 37's argument is found to be true, Every argument Vertin has spoken in Sonetto's defense will be deemed valid. Sonetto will be exempt from the punishment. I will announce the result once 37's proof has been validated by Apeiron. Thank you for your time.
One after another, the Apeiron followers leave the hall. The hall to return to tranquility. Stella slowly sits on the floor in a lifeless manner.
Sonetto!
Timekeeper, I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but still I couldn't understand the debate. I failed again.
Her face becomes abnormally pink and her breathing becomes fast and shallow.
What happened to her? Come here, little girl. We need to move her outside. Lie her down on the ground and wipe her palm and feet with dew and peppermint oil. That would be okay.
Her physical signs are becoming more and more stable.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The distinguished number 0.
The man shrugs his shoulders.
I'm kidding. I'm 210. Well, instead of the number, I prefer people call me the rhetorician.
I've heard your preachment. Pretty demagogic.
The man nods, looking amused.
That's how logic works. With logic, I can prove that you'd cease to exist in the next moment, or that there are no other people in this world except me. Achilles can never outrun a tortoise, and a flying arrow is forever motionless. This debate is nothing but meaningless wordplay. That pacifist let you off this time. 6. A perfect number indeed. For he knows the benefit of reconciliation. Who wants to have blood on their hands and be devoured by the cycle of hatred? Yet it's a torture for any intelligent mind to hear such an immature debate. Can you feel the suffering of our leader now?
I'm sorry.
210 gives her a triumphant smile.
No apology needed, Miss Outsider. I also feel sorry for your pain, given that 37 has revealed your number.
What do you mean?
37. Our evil little genius. The most cunning star of Hermes. She's been having fun revealing others' numbers for a long time. Our numbers are our essence. And it's also the most important proof we get once in our lifetime. But she enjoys taking that opportunity away from you. Just because her talent allows her to do so. She did that to her friend, too. She found out Sophia's number. But without casting an eye on that paper with her number on it, Sophia threw it into the sea. Sophia is Sophos. But you... I pity you.
It doesn't seem like trouble to me.
Alas, poor little Vertin. You still don't understand. The number of our souls suggests our fate. It might be changed through algorithms temporarily, swirling, shifting, or transforming alongside other changes occurring on the coordinate axis. But in the end, we can only be ourselves. 1 is thought. 2 is opinion. 3 is wisdom. 4 is strength. 5, enthusiasm. 6, harmony. 7, order. 8, philanthropy. 9 is restraint, while 10 is completion. 0, however, is in the middle of the axis, the origin of the frame of reference. It's neither positive nor negative, neither prime nor composite. Things are ever changing, but you stay the same. Your loneliness also lasts forever. This is your fate. Being exposed in full view of the crowd, yet you know nothing about it. 37 was acting on impulse. Yet she opened Pandora's box. She leisurely reveals your fate. That carefree behavior makes no difference to picking up a shell on a beach. How could I not pity you?
The man waves his hand and walks away. There is still. Only the sound of waves comes from afar.
Miss Vertin.
The leader stands in the dark.
37's proof has passed the review. Your friend will now be exempt from the punishment for violating the rules. However, she has to take some catch-up lessons on the scripture. Please, meet me at the hall tomorrow at noon. I would have words with you.
Oh, fuck. We're dealing with the madness. Elijah, I secret demand justice as well, however, those who come to look for great congregation to the man who devotes himself to that pure also those yellow birds. God fucking Christ.
Before this negotiation begins, I wish to tell an allegory to the two of you. A group of people were imprisoned in a cave. Behind them, there was a fire. Before them was a tall, solid wall. Their legs and necks were chained and fixed, so they were constrained to look nowhere but to gaze at the wall in front of them. When they dropped their eyes, they saw their own body. When they looked up, the flickering light of the fire fell over them, and they only saw the shadows of what was passing behind them. No one had lived one day outside the cave. The shadows cast on the wall all there was to be perceived as reality. They had no knowledge of the real world. One day, one of them escaped from the cave, walked into the light, and saw the true world with his own eyes for the first time. Everything he saw or felt in the cave was nothing more than a mere shadow of the object's true form. Our world is a poor one, Miss Verton. The phenomenal world is the cave in this allegory, where we are surrounded by shadows or some humble fractions of the truth. It is ugly, frivolous, filthy, perishable, subject to decay, and filled with hollow desires and meaningless struggles. Only the wise can walk out of that cave and see the world as it truly is. In that eternal, transcendent world, everything is in its most perfect form. I pray that you, Miss Verton, the representative of St. Pavlov Foundation, and you, Miss Arcana, her counterpart of Manus Vindicte, would pay heed to my words. Everything you've been fighting each other for means no more than some fragments of phenomena to us. There's only one thing worth doing. That is, to seek higher wisdom, develop one's virtue, and achieve greatness in life. We have never set foot on the soil dampened by the storm, nor have we ever been involved in the disputes brought by the torrents of time. I beg you, do not take your conflict in the phenomenal world into the realm of truth.
For certain. It was never my intention to sully the sanctuary of truth.
Then, to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I would like to ask you two to carve your names on these 2 stone bangles and drip a drop of your blood on each of them. Once the bracelet is put on, no one will be able to remove it. From now on, as long as you're on this island, none of your people will draw blood from one another, or the bangle shall draw all the blood from you. The peace agreement is so decided.
touches her hand and gently takes the bangle.
I appreciate that. I'll sign it.
Ellie gives a slight nod. He looks down from the table and simply strides away.
The peace agreement.
The bangle feels real in their hand. It certainly possesses some sort of power to fulfill the bloody pledge. Someone is approaching. Yes, she's still here, from the beginning to the end.
Lady Vertin, we meet again. I wish the best to thy friend.
She's doing well, thanks to you.
You're most welcome. Thou shalt quench, for times hath changed. I would not wish to shed even a drop of Arcanist's blood in vain.
But Schneider should be the victim of a merciless bullet?
Pardon, my pitiful child. Did you forget? That merciless bullet cameth from a gun never belonging to me.
What's Manus Vindicte's purpose to be here?
Hearken the archaic wisdom. Just as thou doest.
Stonebound was almost scolding.
I am not surprised. I adore thy visage, Lady Vertin, emotionless in the storm. Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live, including thee.
The words sound as harsh as a wintry owl. An emotion suddenly comes, it's raging like a bushfire, but soon gets tamed down.
A wooden box in the Elitiao's base has my name on it. Was that your doing?
Sadly, it wasn't. I hope thee findeth the answer satisfactory.
A figure of Arcana disappear in the night. The stone bangle at the wrist becomes suddenly heated.
It's burning.
He's living in the woods nearby.
Is that Miss Arcana? Miss Arcana, please, don't go! Save us! And save us!
Go! Two worried figures runs past Verdun. They are chasing after their leader desperately as if they were running away from some horrific monster. Following them, a petite figure rushes out of the woods.
No! Come back! Come back! You ignorant foreigners! I just started introducing vectors and matrices, and that's the most interesting part! Vertin! Great! You always show up at the right time and right place. Stop them as people! Whatever it takes!
Hold on! I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Wow. So many things that I haven't seen.
No problem.
What's this?
Bungie, now!
I tripled the ingredients this time. What you got?
Oh, what's this?
Be serious. Stay focused.
I can see it clearly. Say hello.
What's that? What's your race? Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby. Just like in the tree. Come play with us. Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
Cradle.
What's this?
No, oh, what's this?
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby.
Now! Oh, this is no good.
What's your race?
No, oh, what's this? Say hello. Namaste, stupid heads.
Look at you, climbing out of the cave in the allegory, all dusty and dirty like a little savage. They must have tried to fill your little brain with long preachment. But you should feel lucky, because at least they didn't give you a quiz right after that.
Oh, they said it's true.
Oh, how modest you are. Looks like you didn't spend all your student days catching tree frogs. Try to reach the corners of your mind, if you would. And there you will find another bunch of people standing in front of a stone table. Yes, those people in gowns. White gowns with gray diamond patterns. One of them was standing on the stairs, gathering all the little vacant eyes to his side. What was he called? Give me a second. Teacher, instructor, tutor, the educator. Just titles like that. No names at all. No one gets to write down their names on that banner, after all. But they have nothing to complain about. You know what they say? What is reasonable is real. That which is real is reasonable. They showed you a broad avenue in their teachings where you could enjoy a sense of security with all the solid ground, convenient automobiles, and warm sunshine. And at the end of the avenue even lies an inspiring mission, to which you are expected to devote your whole life. There is a distinction between good and bad here. And it's as clear as our innate sense of right and wrong, like a floor of black and white tiles. Any stains on it will be noticed immediately. But in fact, there exists another path in the woods. It's much less traveled, leading to the unknown darkness which cannot be seen with eyes or proved false. You may even experience indescribable chaos and madness there. This path, however, has an excellent view, and it's one of a kind. The plants are thriving with bursting energy, and the flowers are blooming in a delightful atmosphere. So, which will you take? Oh, that's not an easy choice to make. This grandma must give you a round of applause. I would have even pinned a boutonniere to your suit if I had one. But I have to remind you, those things in there are not easy to deal with. They can drive you insane, and you have to be very careful. You've seen the living proof. Many were freaked out after they came back, and people had to tie and lock them up. Others even dug their own graves. Oh, my. That was a bit over the top. I hope I didn't scare you, darling. Here's some good news to cheer you up. Actually, there's still one more way you can take. It would be a good choice if you want to enjoy the scenery without getting lost in the darkness.
Another way?
I'm sure you know that myth. You shall take the soul of your love out of the underworld, yet you shall not look back. That's right. You shall pass by the sleeping sirens, yet you shall not make a sound. The ones with the belief set off. They entered the dark woods barefooted, yet moved so smoothly, as if they were walking on the avenue. They kept their mouths shut and eyes forward. They never turned back, never picked up what was not theirs, never set foot on the forbidden lands, and never looked straight at the sacred greatness. They showed frugality, patience, and wisdom in the face of hunger and danger. So the beasts continued to lurk in the shadow, and the ones with the belief passed through the woods safely, until the path disappeared along with the direction sign. Then the first one to look back gave an exclamation before being exiled.
Is it really reasonable, Second?
Think about what I just said. That which is real is reasonable. Never look back in the woods, darling. If you don't want to be turned into a pillar of salt which can do nothing but wail, then never, ever look back. Yes, we'd better stay awake, stay calm, stay cautious all the time. But then there comes the problem. How can you ignore your love for those thriving plants and blooming flowers? How are you supposed to deal with the unstoppable feeling that overflows like a melody when it is stirred up by the beauty of the scenery? Of course. You will cry the loudest cry, dance the wildest dance, drink the strongest drink, and vomit all the filth inside you. After all, there is no need to enter the woods if the soul-stirring scenery is not what you are after, right?
It doesn't sound like a good one.
No. So you better let it slip your mind, darling. Just let it go and hurry forward. Remember to keep your eyes shut and hold your breath. When you do so, the scenery will no longer mean anything to you, nor will the fragrance of the flowers. You will get out of the woods and reach where the truth lies. Is that what you want? Don't worry. We have plenty of time. You may come back at any time and pick another way.
A dark, narrow cavern, the strange echoes stirring us in. It demands a token from you and the promised people in the dramatic pendant. Okay, so this is what I gotta come back to. The clamor has ceased as I sit on the treetops enjoying a moment's rest.
Congratulations, Miss Sonetto. You are the fastest learner of our doctrine among all the visitors in the past half-century. On behalf of all orators, I award you this laurel wreath.
No, I wouldn't have achieved this without your guidance. Those mathematics statements are really inspiring. I've learned a lot. But there's still something confusing me, such as Pythagoras and his golden thigh, his memory of the previous lifetimes as the son of Hermes, and the transmigration for every 216 years. Could you please tell me more about these?
The door is finally kicked open. Two outsider heads dropping to the chest are dragged to the hall of truth.
Why would people fail to see the charm of the matrices? This is not right. I need to spend more time on teaching.
Anyone, save us!
Thus my journey of art is doomed to fail.
Give me those! Show those models!
I really don't want to study maths anymore. Help.
Nobody cares what they're yelling. As Heather continues to grumble to herself, the two men are dragged into the different room.
Timekeeper, you are here.
I heard that you completed all the lessons on the scripture. This laurel wreath suits you well.
Yes, I know it keeps her head low.
Timekeeper, I'm sorry. At the assembly, I failed to understand the arcanist's logic. It was totally different to the debates I have participated in. But now I have...
That was not your fault, Sonetto. It is now behind us. I need to tell you something more important. I've signed a peace agreement with Arcana, and the price of breaking it is... death.
What? So Manus Vindictae is also restrained by the stone bangle like we are.
The chief assistant ponders aloud, having already moved her laurel crown.
Yes. She put it on without hesitation. But I don't think her purpose would be as simple as hearkening the ancient wisdom.
Unlike other stones in the Foundation's collection, before it activates, it looks harmless overall.
I attacked Manus' followers earlier as
Fucking hell!
37 asked me to. But I received no punishment from the bangle.
Unlike other stones in the Foundation's collection, this one has no signs of arcane skill on it. Before it is activated, it looks harmless, rough, moderate weight, and no different from other ordinary stones. Why is it
Perhaps
skipping?
this island makes its own judgment on what to be classified as hostility. Like it has a mind of its own. Sonetto, do not report this to the headquarters before we figure out how the bangle works. After all, there are many other things to investigate on this island, other than Manus Vindictae.
I see. I will contact Miss Juvis and Miss Moiselle first and keep an eye on Arcana. Timekeeper, this island, the Manus' mask, and your suitcase are all immune to the storm. Does this mean we could collect more asymmetrical nuclide R samples?
I tried to collect some samples last night in the outer region of the island, but the detecting device showed nothing. If we were to find out more, we have to go to the center area.
What are you conspiring now? Do not poke the fire with swords, and do not jump over a crossbar. The assembly will not be held every time when there's a crime. Please take heed of my warning, and do not overstep the line. Learn a lesson from them.
Behind Sophia, two gray-coated figures appear. One disheveled, the other covered in soot, as if they were just survival. They just survived the explosion.
Lilia, didn't you say you have Regulus with you safely?
Apologies, Vertin. I was going to rescue Sonetto through a very creative underground tunnel, but things didn't quite go as planned.
Regular shameless in a dance, like said, shaking off the dust.
Not a bad innovation for a simple clap on the forehead. If only you didn't miscalculate the location of the explosion.
This apple is grateful that it didn't get blasted into a puddle of apple jam.
Warning. Shell cleaning required. Warning.
I don't know why, but when I was in that cave, Ideas kept flooding into my head. Though, judging by the outcome, they weren't all good ideas.
Sophia puts her head on her forehead, looking extremely fatigued.
On a routine patrol, I found them trying to break into the cave. I'm not surprised that an irrational number would try to trespass on forbidden grounds. But you two? The integer and the fraction? What were you doing with her? This is a serious crime.
Life has suddenly became a lot more difficult.
Do we have to go through this debate again? It's okay, Timekeeper. I will defend Regulus. I've thoroughly studied the scripture, and this time I'm sure I can do better.
Forget it.
Sophia mutters to herself.
Forget it. It is unwise to waste time trying to understand an irrational number's motive. Besides, we should let the Reckless take care of the least important matters.
Gives them a smirky smile.
That's it. Regulus, you will come with me to clean the beach.
Huh? Me? Again?
Since you have too many floating points, words of discipline would not work on you. We would have suggested you study with the rest of the students here. Abstain from eating meat, bathe in cold water, rise with the Apollo star, study our doctrine, read the scripture aloud on the beach, so as to remove your floating points and purify your soul.
What? I won't do any of that.
But taking your peculiar character into consideration, I decided that some compulsory labor would be the better option.
Regulus also smiles in relief.
Oh, that's the best news of the day. I'd rather clean up the rubbish on the beach than be surrounded by people giving sermons all the time. At least the rubbish doesn't talk gibberish. I'd be dead if you didn't change your mind.
Regulus, studying the scripture is not that scary. They will teach you and guide you until you take full command. Just like taking lessons at school.
Huh? Is that what schools are like?
Haven't you been to a school, Regulus?
Haha! A great pirate would not remember trivial matters as such. So, where were we? Which part of the beach needs to be taken care of by the great captain?
My laboratory.
Whoa! Where did you pop up from?
Saracen blinks her eyes emotionlessly and entirely ignores Regulus's complaint.
37. Aren't you supposed to preach to the visitors?
I've seen their numbers. A group of negative repeating infinite decimals. They will achieve nothing but to repeatedly step in the river of mistakes. I gave up on them.
Fine. Those of you who are complicit in breaking into the cave will also be sent to labor. Sonetto and Lilia will come with me to patrol. Regulus, you can go clean the lab. As for Verton, you will assist 37 with her study of the emanation. Don't waste more time on the trivial matters of the phenomenal world. Integers. That was the sole reason you were on this island, was it not?
Sophia turns around and leaves. She stops a few steps away from them, suddenly urging the patrol team to move.
Don't let down your guard. The arcanists on this island are not as easy to deal with as you imagined. Down in the cave, I heard some pretty alluring and intriguing anecdotes.
Miss Lilia, this way. You will cover this area.
Stay on the radio.
The flying witch waves her hand and departs for a new job determinately. Sonata hesitates for a brief moment and then quickly goes after her.
Don't worry, Timekeeper. Lilia and I will keep an eye on Manus Vindictae.
We are counting on you, Sonetto. I have a feeling we are coming closer to a big secret.
The MS Taz wants to escape from the costume tube again. Stop them! Up 37.
Hey! Hello there!
Oh, what's this?
Be serious. Stay focused.
Hey, yeah! Say hello! No problem!
Great.
Baby! Papa!
Sprinkle!
Can I replace it?
What's this?
The star has moved over the mortal spirit.
The rhythm is going to be mathematics.
$97, $98, $99, $100. I'm coming for you.
Look, a truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration. Congratulations! There are only a very limited number of them in the warehouse. And you're...
Fuck! God. Getting a bit drowsy for one. I'm gonna go take care of myself. Okay, I'm back. Just cover my good results.
What? What am I looking at? So your so-called sacred project is this gigantic IDM computer?
Makes sense, basically, I'm like an expert.
I was curious about them during my stay in Laplace. Those later versions of the model are so much better than the 66 ones. But this one doesn't seem that far advanced to those. This is not a junk piece the man has sold you, is it?
Items of the phenomenal world are all a waste. This one is long broken. After the emanation, we couldn't find anyone to repair it.
Why do you keep referring to the storm as the emanation? What does the emanation mean?
It is the waves of Numa. We are the expellees of the world of forms. We were banished to this damp and dark cave. Everyone here is obsessed with the fake light on the wall, but forgets to look for the truth. Numa, however, will lead us to escape the cave and return to a more supreme realm.
Eh? You make it sound like we're living in piles of rubbish.
Aren't we?
Of course not. If you ask me, I'd say you have absolutely no idea how wonderful the outside world is. Because you have never left here to try it yourself. Dr. Pepper, the music festivals, Rory Storm, the Hollies, and the Rolling Stones. Oh, there are too many to count. If it weren't for this sick storm, I would still be riding a motorcycle in one of those races in London.
Your soul must be pretty contaminated.
And the computer, they can calculate extremely large numbers within seconds, better than hundreds of thousands of you combined together.
In the case of numbers, it's not the bigger the better. Also, this computer has never played a useful part in our study.
Come on, mate. You people just leave it in a cave. It's like sending an infant to the kitchen and waiting for it to bring you dinner. Never mind, you'll see what I mean after I fix it.
There goes Mother as she gets down to the ground and crawls over closer to the computer.
Can you fix an IDM Regulus?
No, but I've seen the Laplace people do it. Shouldn't be too difficult, I assume. Oh, the dust! When was the last time you sent people down here to clean? Oh, some critters are nesting here. Oh, did I break into your party? Bertin, come give me a hand. They won't let me touch them.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Intersect and divide.
Oh.
Go away. It could be found.
Fine.
Uh-huh.
Right wing.
Even that.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Intersect and divide.
A little trick.
I smell the scent of mint oil. No roses.
It could be found. Even that.
I smell the scent of mint oil.
Oh, there's a bubble. Time to check my calculation. Huh. Go away.
Relax.
It could be found.
Fine.
I smell the scent of mint oil.
Intersect and divide.
A little trick.
No worries. Relax.
Even that.
Thank you for your cooperation. Come back to me.
Uh-huh. The final demonstration. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Don't blink. ВДВ.
Perfect
Сколько
argument.
побед!
Swallow my exhaust.
Time to check my calculation.
Relax.
Even that.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Intersect and divide.
Don't blink.
Yes. Great.
Green numbers appear on the screen. After getting rid of the parasitical pest, the dust behemoth begins to miraculously return to life.
You fixed it.
It's great to have you clean the laboratory, Regulus. Your floating point immediately reduced.
Oh, is that a compliment? Sounds like one to me. Thank you.
It's a wordplay, Captain. Infinity minus any numbers still equals to infinity.
Fine, fine. I should have given up the idea of changing your eccentric sorting system a long time ago. What's the meaning of humans inventing computers if these machines were only left here for some critters to nest in?
Thanks to you, now we can have a look at the previous models, Regulus. But it's a pity since it only has the data before 2003. Everything in the past 4 years has gone missing.
37 fingers are dancing over the keyboard. She seems surprisingly familiar with operating this computer.
This is our chronology, Vertin.
From 1999 to 2007, the emanation has taken place 7 times. In the initial 4 years, the emanation has a pattern. First, it brought us back to the 90s, then the 80s, and then the 70s. After that, it suddenly leaped to the 30s. In the subsequent 3 years, it took place twice.
Every record here can perfectly match what is in the Foundation's files. Wait, these are the records before 2003, you say? But this one refers to the storm in 1966, which happened recently.
These are indeed the records before 2003. What's following the records is our forecast.
That's to say, you prophesied the 1966 storm 4 years prior to its occurrence. How is this possible? That you are clever enough to develop such a precise mathematical model, while at the same time you just let the IDM become the home of these critters.
We just worked out the patterns in the number sequences.
You made such precise prediction even without leaving the island. That's incredible.
30 seconds lips curl unhappily.
You don't need to go into a river to find out the pattern of its flow. Moreover, we would send people to observe in the phenomenal world. My mother was one of them. She is the co-author of this model. Nobody knows this computer better than her.
So you have a mother too?
2?
37. Where is your mother now?
Like many people, she was restored to her true form. Since then, I took over this laboratory.
Wait, is that supposed to be a different term of saying she's...
The form, you said? 37? What is it?
What kind of question is this?
She tilts her head, looking genuinely
The
confused.
form, or the essence, is what's left of you after all the fakeness has been peeled off.
My concern is high. The reason my concern, okay, I'm saying this because the way she nonchalantly talks about her mother passing. Like, it doesn't seem to affect her. She's just going with her true form. Like, but we're thinking, what the what the fuck? I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but it doesn't feel like she has any. She doesn't feel saddened that her mother's gone. She goes with the whole concept. She returned to her true form. I'll be right back. Gotta get this. Okay, I'm back. Yes, that's true. We got some ingredients. Not back, gosh. Return the schedule of, yeah, empty that. The empty ship.
Now we are listening to the New Year collection. The world-famous painting Mona Lisa was found and returned to Musée du Louvre in the afternoon of December 13th. The U.S. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act on December 23rd, formally establishing the Federal Reserve System. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia has escalated. Bulgaria challenged the Bucharest Peace Treaty. Tension is building up over the Balkan Peninsula. In London, futurists gathered under Big Ben, celebrating the upcoming 1914.
This is news of the outside world?
So then I put in this video too, paying all attention to unfamiliar news. And there's the snatches of news.
What about on your side?
After the snatches of news, when the channel knob has been turned to the right end, a familiar voice comes on.
Well, I am with Sophia. Arcana's still in the hall. She hasn't taken any action so far. Got it. Please keep an eye on the Manus followers. Be mindful of the restrictions set by the Bangle.
Who are you talking to?
Somebody immediately hires Miss Radio behind her.
Just checking up on Lilia.
Please stay vigilant during the patrol. This is the last place we need to check.
On the White Salt Beach, there are several geological bodies in different shapes, some with sunk deep in the sand, while others are still standing unyieldingly. Just like a minimalist art exhibition.
We must keep this graveyard clean. Our dead deserve to be left in peace and undisturbed by the phenomenal world.
Sophia gets down on her knee before her cone-shaped bodies, dusting it meticulously. Oh, so these are the whole don't
Miss Sophia?
Sit on a grave thing.
You said this is the graveyard?
Her hand quivers a little.
Yes, the geometry graveyard it is called. 4 years ago, my father was restored to a geometric body on his way back to the island. So was 37's mother, who was also on that ship.
What? What?
Why are you crying, Sophia?
I was wrong. We calculated it wrong, 37. We miscalculated the impacted area of the emanation. We thought the ships would be safe in the Gorgon current, but the safe area is in fact 5 degrees away. And the emanation happened. The bow of their ship had just entered the safe area. But it was too late. My dad is gone. So is your mom.
I know. But why are you crying? My mom and your dad have come back to us, right?
Have come back? Do you call this coming back? Like this? In the form of geometric bodies? Cold and silent? Being pushed to the shore?
37 frowns, looking confused. But then the corner of her lips turn up. As usual, she works out the answer within seconds. Swift and precise.
No. They have gone somewhere further. Look at them. These geometric bodies. How pure and how elegant. I've never seen such perfect geometric bodies before. If they are not from the eternal and transcendental world of forms, how should we explain this?
37?
I'm going to study the emanation, Sophia. This is the best chance ever. the transcendental world finally opens its door to us. We will reach our hands to the forms and explore the oldest and eternal laws. Will you help me, Sophia? Next time I will definitely make a better calculation. I promise.
Wave lies against the beach. In the fine sand, the geometrical sheets are based unyielding in the moonlight. Despite the science that maintained the form and never eroded nor washed away by time. An eternal monument. Sophia lowers her head as if she's trying to cut herself off of a miserable memory.
Thank you for assisting 37 with her research, Neto.
What the fuck?
No, I didn't do anything. Timekeeper knows the storm better.
You have helped us greatly by just coming onto this island. For all this time, 37 has been locked up in the laboratory, refusing to talk to anyone, nor participate in any group study. Since the 2-day emanation in 1929, it is you who helped her revive her interest in other affairs in Apiron.
These are Timekeeper's contributions. I barely did anything.
Sophia smiles bitterly and looks away.
I can't help 37, because I don't see the charm of numbers. I lack the perception that an integer should have. That's why I can't see my own number.
The numbers... charm? Sorry, I have never thought about this. For me, Arcanum is my inborn mission. If you ask me, you are an unbelievably excellent Arcanist. You can flatten the ground, clean up the beach, and rectify errors. You did it in an efficient and precise manner, which is already an advanced ritual.
Any students who have sworn to knowledge can do this easily. They aren't doing my job because they wish not to waste time on these trivial fragments of the phenomenal world. Because they have seen the truth.
The phenomenal world is never complete. Like you can never draw a perfect circle there. No matter how much time you spend on it or how sophisticated your device is, it is impossible to draw a perfect circle in the phenomenal world. Arrows always exist. The floating points after the decimal can be reduced, but not destroyed. The perfect circle only exists in the abstract transcendental world. Of course, anyone in the world can find out the value of pi through the most primitive method. Egyptians, Greeks, Chinese, and Babylonians, they have all tried. They made circles with twine, painted on the ground with twigs, or measured the land with cubit rods. But none of them actually drew a perfect circle. However different their practices were, they found out the sole truth, the approximate value of pi. Because the essence of the circle is hiding in the imperfect manifestation of it. This is the truth. It is eternal, unchanged, pure, and transcendent. Anyone can reach out to it at any time, in any place, by any means, and everyone will get the same answer from it. The forms transcend all matters.
Her gaze is firm but distant.
The world of matters we live in is being flooded and destroyed by the tides of Numa. When the tides recede, what is left on the beach is the essence.
This doesn't sound right. Let me think. How come your theory reminds me of the Manus Doctrine?
37. We see the storm very differently. Among all the other things, we saw it first of all as a disaster.
But earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, these are also disasters. These catastrophic events happen not because they have a reason to destroy. They just happen in this world. Like we do. This is what my mother taught me. She must be proud that she's a perfect geometric body now.
I can't get this weird feeling. The way she just treats her mother's death. We saw Sophia crying over her father. Yet, here's 37 not batting an eye.
I'm sorry for mentioning your mother.
37 frowns.
Why do you apologize, Furton? Are you feeling guilty? This is a very unusual feeling for a number like you.
I don't get it. Why did you say my number is 0?
Caves cannot shield all rain, nor can paper manuscripts.
I just saw it. The numbers of everything and every being would just emerge in front of me. I see it, and I speak it out loud. That's it.
210 told me numbers imply our fate.
37 frowns more deeply.
Don't believe him, Verton. Numbers are just numbers. I know nothing about fate. Fine. I don't think I like 210. And the feeling goes both ways for us. Because I once said he is a poor number. 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. He is the product of all prime numbers between 1 and 10. Looks like he has it all, but he doesn't have any real forte. He likes to sugarcoat himself with metaphors. Only those with a flawed essence would adore the trickery of words.
This is indeed an extreme comment.
And 6 is no better. Every leader of a Pyrrhon has been a 6. 6 is the perfect number since it equals the sum of all its proper divisors. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. But this number has been overrated. He's not that special.
What about your number? What does 37 mean?
I don't know.
She presses her lips.
I am 37. I've known it since I was born. So does everyone else. People told me what it means, but I have never tried to prove their theory. I know very little of fate. So I always think, even if I find out their essences, does it mean I have known them better?
"37 once tried to tell me my number.
Sophia takes a deep breath.
She wrote it down and put it into a bottle, but I couldn't get up the courage to open it. I didn't want to know. I once made a horrible mistake. An unforgivable miscalculation. It makes me worried that I may also be a mistake. So I threw the bottle into the sea.
She stops the patrol and turns back briskly.
This is how 37 is different from us.
The art in this game is still chef's kiss. It's just beautiful, I gotta say. Okay, well, when I went away a bit earlier, I made a pot of coffee. It should be done. I'll be right back. You can just look at this beautiful art. camera.
We are all prisoners of that cave. Only the wise one can find her way out of the cave and return to rescue the rest of us. I'm the ignorant prisoner who sits, and she's the wise one who returns. I will be crushed into dust by the truth, while she will be the star shining above it.
Yes, she had heard the fable, but never a point like this version. The red-haired girl, less out of sight, raises her gaze above the sea at the twinkling night sky.
The truth is like the stars in the night sky. Beautiful, but cold. It has been there long before my existence, and will stay that way long after I'm gone. It sheds no tears for the weak, nor laments the tragic fate. It's forever bright, and always moving forward. The person who avoids the truth is not qualified to study it. I'm sorry. My interpretation has been emotional.
No. I think I kind of know how you feel, Miss Sophia. However unworthy you think you are, there must be something we can do. Maybe we can't reach the core of the truth, but we can clean up the path to it for the future explorers. This is our fate.
Interesting insight. I have come to understand why 37 likes you so much. Let us go back to work then. Start from dusting the tombstones.
Alright, I've had enough of these Sol Numa related idle topics. I want to have a look at your model. Wow, seriously? How did you get this far?
Regan eagerly pokes her head over, but 37 is faster. She has switched off the computer swiftly.
This model has been proven wrong. For 4 whole years we had been optimizing it. But the emanation in 1929 only lasted for 2 days, which means our calculation was entirely a failure. That model is just like this computer. It's a piece of junk. And this is all I can present to you.
Harrison thought her head looking sad.
No, it's not junk. I think I know why your model didn't work.
What?
Manus Vindictae has changed history. They accelerated history, forcing historical events to happen earlier than they were supposed to. Thus, the storm in 1929 occurred sooner than it should.
No way!
37 stares at her in astonishment. Her shoulders shiver.
Controlling the emanation. Changing the history of the outside world. Numa is eternal and transcendental. It won't obey any orders given from the phenomenal world. Neither will it change its patterns because of some fragments.
I'm telling the truth, 37. I've been there, in the storm of 1929. Your model was not wrong. You just missed some key information. You've never been to the place where the storm falls, and thus know nothing about the symptoms of the storm syndrome, and the true purposes of Manus Vindictae.
No! That's impossible! Even if there are means to control the emanation, it wouldn't be like this. If this is true, does it mean the phenomenal world, this insignificant phenomenal world, is more transcendental? Mother's model was defeated by this?
She holds herself with a pale face as if making a tough decision. And eventually she speaks up again with great difficulty.
Vertin, could you give us proof? The proof that Manus Vindictae accelerated history and triggered the emanation.
I swear I wasn't lying.
No, not like this. To prove it in front of a Piron. Go to a sacred place. to the Hall of Truth, in the depths of the cave. There, everyone can see the essence of the world. I beg you, give them your proof, just like how we submit the proof of our soul number.
This is the staircase scene we saw in the trailer.
Come here. Place your hand on it. Feel the texture. The craft is one of a kind, not some cheapie you can get from the flea market. I mean it. This is a Keeling, and even the most traditional, delicate, and expensive kind. It has applied fiery red as the dominant color, and the stitches are perfectly neat. Oh.
Where does it come from?
From the sea, just like you, darling. It arrived with a meerschaum pipe, a glass jar, a pack of sugar cubes, and a child in panic. Both she and the Keeling were born on the land where the craft originated. Their appearances apply the same dominant color, and the patterns in them share similar complexity.
Who is the child?
Oh, your curiosity is aroused. But we are not done with the carpets yet. You've always got to get a souvenir or two every time you reach a new place. So you will have something to show when you tell the stories one day, right? Look at these handmade fabrics. How splendid! Those incredible patterns were the only thing on the craftswomen's minds when they made the carpets. It's safe to say they have spent their whole life improving their skills at using the vertical loom. And that's how we get these carpet knots arranged in beautiful lines. But they are just people like us. What if they get distracted? What if the carpet knots go off the right track and get tied to the wrong threads? Hmm? Then you will be in trouble. Big trouble. All the problems in the universe will come at you, and the situation will be even worse than the bureaucratic system of a millennial empire.
I just want to go there. Damn it, damn it!
Calm down. Many swear like you do when there is nothing they can do. They always step into the same river named Mistake again and again. That's why we need them. Those crossing the river with their rulers, spanners, toolboxes, and dusty faces.
Them?
The correctors. An ancient profession.
Sophia?
Their duty is to remove the loose threads and iron out the wrinkles on the carpets. In the language of this island, that is to check the calculations on the papyri and even the holes on the punched tapes. No one is capable of doing this job except the altruists, because it is similar to unraveling a ball of wool. Besides finding the end of the threads, you must always pay attention to the cats. Yes, the cats. They may jump on the ball and make things even worse. And she, the red-haired little girl with the carpet in her arms, was overwhelmed at the beginning. Not yet familiar with the ruler, she tried her best to find the end of the threads. So the cats took the opportunity to jump on her together and left countless scratches on that little forehead. Poor girl. See, that's the problem every corrector has to deal with. Their job is to correct errors. But what if their own existence is also part of the errors? Oh, it's no big deal. There is more than one loom in this world. She left the complicated patterns behind and came to this simple kingdom featuring numbers only. There she made the first contact with a spinning loom named Geometry. She had never seen anything like that before, and it was almost impossible for her to comprehend how it worked. She could hardly convert the numbers on the books into an actual diagram in her brain. Without a whole picture of what she was working on, she resorted to her hard work and more hard work. Then a long time passed, leaving one wound after another on her fingers. Later, the wounds even became calluses.
It's like my head.
In the end, her hands were no longer tender, but tough enough to resist the damage from the loom. Yes, she has won a place on this island for herself.
I'm happy for her.
Yes, she's a quick learner. She learned even faster than some of the locals. But that was not enough, because she has been outmatched by her playmate, the leading one in the field of mathematics on the island. That girl is like a perfect piece of satin born by nature. It is decorated by the beauty of mathematics and geometry. No manual work involved. In order to reach the showcase where that perfect piece lies, and to stay on the right track and fit into the school,
Okay, I'm back.
She has done everything she could. But, she is still the most distinctive carpet there. Anyone can tell that as long as they spend some time on the island.
It's not wrong to be distinctive.
Of course not. She's only a bit different from others. So she will continue to weave on the loom until one day the spindle pierces her callus and the fire burns everything to the ground. Shh. I should stop here. You know that mathematician who was thrown into the sea? He died because he said something he shouldn't have. Cut not wood on a public road. Open not an unwanted bottle. I don't know what to say next. I guess the best line for this circumstance is, see you later.
Wait a second, just a second. Isn't this still the dungeon? Are you setting us up?
All caves are interconnected. This is the way to our sacred place.
37, wait. I remember Sophia once told us that trespassing on the sacred place is a serious crime.
No worries. The restrictions were to help us not be distracted by the unimportant details in life. It would not stop us from seeking the truth.
Oh, excellent. I will tell it to the Abraxas when it shows up.
It suddenly stops.
Hey, 37. Are you sure this is the right way? My heart just sank as if I took a bite of those overnight potato chips.
Are you scared?
Oh, you wish. But when I was exploring underground with Lilia earlier, we ran into some fog like this one. Oh, it doesn't bring you any wanted guests, mind you.
Maybe you were their target because you are an irrational number.
Oh, is that so? You integers will be fine then. Good luck. Don't beg this pirate for help later.
Hold that. Something is coming out.
Several sea figures emerge in the fog, staggering over.
Huh? Who's the head with two snakes as its feet? Abraxas. That's weird. Why are they here?
They're coming for us.
Ha! What did I say? Don't bet.
Regulus, prepare for battle.
Ha! What did I say? Don't beg. Okay, I know. I was just teasing her.
They're gonna listen and try to start doing me with excitement. Extreme pain comes from the rest. It's a stone bank which irradiating burning heat.
The stone bangle is activated. But they're just Abraxas.
Regulus, wait for their attack. Do not kill them. What kind of request is this?
Listen to me, Regulus. That's of prime importance.
Fine. If it is of prime importance, this pirate will try her best.
Look at my back.
Manus Vindictate corrupted Braxis.
Relax.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Thank you for your cooperation.
A little trick.
It could be found. Are you harassing our members?
Stop. Haven't you eaten?
The final demonstration.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Welcome to the world of numbers.
Oh. ВДВ. Сколько побед?
Swallow my exhaust.
Wanna watch time? Don't blink. Oh.
I need some peaceful moments. Isn't that? Victory? Okay, but what does it mean to us?
That's it. I still have 10 more songs to play.
These are not the same kind of Abraxas as we've encountered before. Do they have different varieties?
Wait, where is Miss 37?
The answer comes from a distance.
Hey! Come on, keep up!
Did she just take off like that while we fought? Sneaky little. We should leave too, Vertin.
Wait a second, Regulus. Do you sense anything familiar in the fog?
Uh-huh, you bet. This is the first guest room we were put in when we first entered the island.
No, Captain. This apple has the same strange feeling.
When you got to the
We saw the
base.
rise of Ceres in the same kind of fog. And before that...
That's the same fog as in the Elitial base.
That is to say, this fog is the cause of our illusion to see the Ceres and the Abraxas' attack.
Don't rush to conclusions. Follow 37 first. Oh, and what's that series you were talking about?
The fog gets thicker and thicker, yet the surroundings have become brighter and brighter. As if there's an invisible light source behind the fog.
I just picked up a piece of paper. Like this, just bent over and reached to the ground.
When she straightens up again, just a classic manuscript in her hand.
What book is it?
Oh, probably just some math problems left from the critter's breakfast. You never know. Wait, the compound of alchemy. The 12 gates leading to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. This is that alchemy handbook given to Edward IV by George Ripley. Why is it here?
Look at this, Captain. Of the Great Stone of the Ancients by Basil Valentine. The 112 books by Geber. Emerald's tablet in Latin. Seems like there are more ancient texts about alchemy hidden inside the whole. But they are all incomplete.
Oh, so maybe I need to crack some more crossword puzzles to find out about this.
Our caves endow people with wisdom. Our secret knowledge is hidden in the silent boulder walls.
I'm probably getting anyone's attention. Everyone is going to the other side of the cave.
The knowledge in those books is just a drop in the ocean. Follow me, Regulus.
The Regulus puts aside the manuscript and hesitates.
Vertin, you lot go ahead. Go with 37. I will meet you outside.
You want to read these books here?
The knowledge passed down through language can easily be distorted. Compared to the wisdom of a Perron, it's nothing.
No, I'm not going to stay here. I'm going back. Oh, all right. I might as well just admit that your cave indeed has the power to give people insights. If I follow its lead, perhaps I'll finally work out the answer about that little thing I've been carrying with me. Never thought that I'd find the answer here. Easy as picking up a shell on a beach.
Silence tilts her head in confusion.
What? You don't want to get closer to the truth?
Oh, of course I do. And that's precisely why I don't want to get to it so easily. I don't want it to be fed into my brain. Come on, it's the ultimate truth that we're talking about. If someone just tells me the ending of Lord of the Flies before I enjoy the book, I will throw them into the sea as you people do.
Oh.
Sally smiles.
I only met two people who reject the truth. So this is the mindset of irrational numbers. I see. Thank you for being my subject of observation, Regulus.
The Saxon has walked away.
Go, Vertin. We have a long way ahead.
Be careful, Regulus.
Don't worry, I know this place well enough by now. After all, I've never been so welcomed in any other place ever. Critters, monsters, creatures with strange heads. Do you worse. This pirate is not afraid of you.
Now I must oblige to catch us by more and more aberrations.
Hey, hello there. No problem. Easy peasy.
Be serious. Stay focused.
Gotcha back. Cradle. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What's this?
What's that? Come play with us.
What's this?
Oh, what's this? Come play with us.
The ingredient store owner said it was very effective.
Oh, this is no
Please
good.
believe me.
Go, go.
What's that? Be serious, just like in the train. I trickled the ingredients this time. Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
Now I should return home much of this online.
Up here on the boundless, the beginning of all things. Everything originates from
Okay,
it
that's okay,
and
Sam.
returns to it. Infinity has no start and no end. But nothing would come into existence if there's only infinity. Look up there, Vertin. Now they are presenting in their true forms. In their purest and newest forms.
The creators bright as daytime with
Our world was born from the wounds on infinity. When it's cut by finity, the patterns of the cutting are what we call mathematics. Thus, the essences of numbers exist inside all beings, and the patterns of all numbers exist in all matters. The length of a butterfly's wings and its body are in golden ratio, and the plant leaves grow on their stems in the pattern of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the most primitive rhythm of Arcanum, and it is also the beginning of our extraordinary study. This is the essence.
And how do I submit my proof?
Close your eyes, Vertin. Only when your eyes are closed will your mind open up. Now, stay fully concentrated and recall the question you want to verify. Only in the absolute contemplation can truth reveal itself to you.
Close my eyes. The body is tossed up and falls into internal silence. Yet the soul is thrilled, celebrating its hard-earned liberty. As it raises higher, it sees farther. It transcends the internal wheel of birth and rises beyond the continuously running wheel of time. From the void to the first existence. From 1 to 2 then to 3. And points. I don't know if I
The storm. The emanation. The storm syndrome. Where are they from? Foundation, Manus Vindictae, Aperon. What roles do they play?
Why does the storm fall when history trembles? Why doesn't the storm fall into the misty land? What is the ingredient of asymmetrical nuclide R?
What? Look. I can't even read this.
The world is a dark underground labyrinth.
All the clues in the past are gathered in here. Points ignite lines like planes and flames join into a net. The huge net of mysteries.
But Numa can guide us to go beyond all things and reach the exit. Virgin, can you see it?
I... It's burning!
The stone back on the wreck again, becomes scolding again. The tranquil kingdom of truth disappears, replaced with endless chaos.
What's going on? Is somebody fighting with the Manus now? What's happening outside the cave?
Putin, why are you straying? The meditation goes beyond control. You will be thrown out of here. This would be a foolish mistake. The repair on this is...
Suddenly a voice comes into the mind. Like a strong wind blowing off.
Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live. Including thee.
$37! $37!
All the heavenly images have gone, and in the freezing cave, the mass bombs are violently knocking their heads against the wall. By their feet, they're still lying unconscious, yet muttering incomprehensible words. The soulstone statue is still in the cave, looking down upon them indefinitely.
What happened? Were all those illusions? If it weren't for the heat of the stone bangle that wakes me up, would I go as crazy as they did? This stone reminds me of the spinning wheel.
Okay, the leather box is still here.
The collector of asymmetric nuclei R. If the reagent turns gold after reacting with the fog here, that means the fog contains elements that can be immune to the storm.
Enter gold forms in a glass tube. This has never happened before.
The color changed faster than I thought. The concentration of R is hundreds of times... no, thousands of times higher than in the Manus' masks. In other words, whoever owns this cave can produce the protective equipment of the storm in big numbers. Is that the reason why Arcana is here?
Jericho rolls over in her sleep.
Oh, Mother. Our model. Has it failed? Has it failed?
I need to take 37 out of here.
More St. Paul's are turning out from the shadows, blocking their way.
So the Abraxas were people from the Manus. The fog here can affect people's minds, like those around the lake in my suitcase.
Hold up my waitress. There's somebody that's currently heat.
Have the Manus found a way to launch attacks without being punished by the bangle? Or don't they care about the price they will be paying anymore?
The danger is close. One last act now.
I hope Regulus didn't throw my words to the wind. I have to get rid of them first, and go out to join the others.
my back.
4 ways. Packs once for the first time.
The peace agreement no longer works. Or is it safe as long as the contracting parties have no intention to fight? The conditions are not clear. A reckless attack may lead to the punishment of the Bangle. I have to be careful with the method and timing of attacking.
Fine.
It could be found for everyone.
A little trick.
Intersect and divide.
Gee. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Relax.
A little trick.
Wait. The body is melting. It turns into a seed. So this is how the Manors fight against the restrictions. They sacrifice one man to feed another.
Come back to me. Relax.
Fine.
It could be found. Thank you for your cooperation.
Right wing.
Oh, there's a bubble.
Please don't. We need some peaceful moments.
The final demonstration. Welcome to the world of numbers.
The sacrificed follower has been absorbed by the seed. Is this some kind of ritual?
Okay. One can see the fall of everything.
37? Can you hear me?
Mother.
Given that.
Relax.
Oh, there's a bubble.
Stars.
followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because of the cave? So the seed is the form of Manus Vindictae?
The forms transcend all matters.
Boo.
Things are not as simple as I thought. I must make a plan and exercise great care.
It could be found.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Intersect and divide.
A little trick.
Please don't.
Хорошо. ВДВ. Сколько побед? Right win.
Swallow my exhaust.
No.
Isn't that?
Fine.
Please, don't resist.
Time to check my calculation.
Oh.
Shield.
The final demonstration. Meeting.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
Okay. What the fuck? Were they held that low? I would have been in. Would have been low.
Look at my back.
The peace agreement, the condition, a rep.
Relax.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Isn't that?
A little trick.
Vertin. It could be found.
No worries.
For everyone. Oh, there's a bubble.
I smell the scent of mint around.
Wait. So, this...
Given that.
Fine.
For everyone. Intersect and divide.
Right win. ВДВ.
It could be
Сколько
found.
побед!
Relax.
Swallow my exhaust!
Come back to me.
The sacrificed follower has been... Is this some...
No worries.
Fine.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Please. Listen. Stars.
The dead followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because of the cave? So the... Things are not as simple as I thought.
The final demonstration.
Relax.
It could be found. The final demonstration.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Intersect and divide. Welcome to the world of numbers. peaceful moment. It could be found.
Хорошо.
Are you a rational member?
Oh-oh.
Relax.
ВДВ. Сколько побед?
Swallow my exhaust!
No worries. Relax.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Beating. I smell the scent of maple.
Oh-oh.
No worries. You need some peaceful moments.
Fine.
Oh, there's a bubble. Breathe.
Don't blink.
Yes! Thank you, Lilia.
Form of Manus Vindictae. It's more distorted than I thought. It's all over.
Victory?
Oh, I just made it.
What does it mean to us?
Vertin, finally! The Manus suddenly emerged everywhere like ants. Lilia and I couldn't take them all down. I would have acted sooner if you hadn't told me not to pick fights.
The mad pawn roars and stomps on them, but is immediately pulling off and knocked out by Lilia. His limbs twitch horribly and his body shivers.
Bleen, all they want is to attack, even if their blood will be sucked out. Insane! Back when we were spying on them, I told Sanetta to screw the peace agreement through the radio. I knew those geometry psychos and the Manus would go mad sooner or later. They were not that crazy when they were solving the math problems. There! What the hell happened down there?
The cave is the key to be immune to the storm. There is a cave on this island, which has the same effect as my suitcase.
That's what the Manus are after.
What?
But hasn't she also put on the stone bangle? Even if she can break free from that bangle, there is no way she'd let her followers keep carrying out suicide attacks. And if she has signed that peace agreement, how will she take the cave from a Byron?
Curtain.
On Renner's back, slowly 7 opens her eyes. She puts out her finger and points to the sky. In internal and transcendental sky, several dazzling flirts stars are lining up.
What's that?
The whole appearance is in deadly signs. Only a visitor is still bronzed in the classic book.
I'm afraid you have overstayed your welcome, Ms. Arcana. I have to regrettably remind you not to overstep the boundaries, despite the great help you've given to us.
I take not thought for needless disputes, but to ask a simple question.
She gently closes the book.
The great philosophers. Ye seek the ancient wisdom, follow the sage's teaching, and pursue the noble virtues. You are separated from the world for thousands of years, and you have not gained the human's understanding, nor have you sought for it. I find pleasure in this allegory of the cave. However, hath this been unto thee? That who led us to the exile in this cave.
The flare stars are approaching. They move in an orderly manner as if they are grouped as swiftly return.
What are they? I've never seen these before. Why are they here? These things should not appear on this island.
No! 37, no!
And tone and everything. Upon some, the fleet in black is breaking the waves and sailing toward the island.
Sonetto. Did you bring the humans' army here?
The end! Speculators gather on the beach trying to dig to shiny objects from the sand. Those things don't belong to them. Drive them away.
That cost you a little extra.
What's this? What's this? I tripled the ingredients this time.
Bungie, now! No problem.
Be serious. Stay focused.
Oh, this is no good.
That's lightning. What's that? What's your race?
Can I replace it?
It seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right?
Souls is immortal spirit.
That's lightning. Be serious.
They drove the ship and they found some Germanic pending. Oh wait, this is different. Meteors. In the fable of the sun, sunlight is always rhythmic, never to be dampened, not to when a ship or falter in downpour, not to be sure, to be battered, to be worn down against waves, not to be caused to capsizing, grounding, lingering, surviving, nor to some moss, nor need to the buzz, to harmonize all colors, but not to pouring in. Before the rain revels the sunlight, before the gods swallow the faint shadows, there remains one last question, one last answer, one last way to resolve conflict, one last neutral party, one last bystander. One likes random scribbles to vent emotions and poetry and mockery, written in his Baton's poem. This word is hasty and reckless, yet no offense is meant to the respect. Yes, you naturally know. You know, along the many countless blind admirers, I am deeply attracted to more importantly rather than mine. That makes you only the people in labor can go to shake. Oh, there's one. The only precepts must be memorized when entering and leaving the assembly hall. Which side to enter and which side to leave. Right, left. But related to one of the most advanced balls is a bygone era. Villiers, W5, Strategic Razor, Enhanced Restricted Series. Okay, I guess that's just the Razor Squad. No one is spared from the scourge of time, yet some still dare to try. How many years has Vernon been walking in the storm? Analyst support the storm ranger of the applause. Oh, this one has to add one right there. Ah, goddammit, one of the voices. A decorative cluster has cover grown under the cabinet. How well does the ground that cover can grow? Decorating and maintenance is a Sunday. I know people are accidentally left behind by someone pick it up. Miss Mo's on personal notebooks. Miss Hudley seems to have lost some weight. Revision diet is perhaps a bit monotonous. Nothing cheese, raspberry, crisp pudding. October 16, 19, Great Beef, Germany branch. I came to a catalog of winter remaining cartoon good. Listen, remaining cartoon equivalent. List. Contact Miss Mary Smith, new identity Nola Ward. November 5th, 19 Point Blank. The Rise of the Badges. Number wrong. This is from getting on the board. Miss Smith is missing and my name is not on their acute contact. The letters allayed some of their suspicions, but I still need to wait for the contact to confirm again. The letter clip that along with missing the letter and the report have been received. Thanks to your reference, the number of missing persons is 50% higher than the expected. I report this and might need your assistance in investigation of this matter. I know it's one or more is not on the list sent back this time. He's not telling the Germany branch drug research lab, but I'm afraid we will have to travel to Bavarian to find out the situation. Z, man. Remember, 14. The Bavarian can no longer provide aerial vehicles. Number 19. Ceramic workshop. I was probably only a few years old when I moved away. I still remember this sushi. They didn't recognize me. Okay, what you got?
Oh, I know you must be surprised, darling, but we're old friends. We've talked many times. Oh, let your guard down. A grandma like me won't be in your way. We can talk about me later, when we need to. For now, let's seize the day and take a look at the new stuff that just came in. As you can see, the fog has filled up this place, giving it a little bit of a mystery. If you see it as a magic show, I'm sure the answer to the mystery is close enough to us, only separated by a piece of red velvet cloth in the magician's hand. Now, darling, open the door and go through it. That's what it's for, as well as what makes it better than a wall. Don't you think? Whether it's locked or not, the door itself is already a sign of seduction. It's waiting for someone to pry into its little secrets.
Just through the door. Sure.
Good child.
When I was Anne, I spoke as gently as possible.
Okay, the storm. Essential. Lovely. Matilda and Sotheby?
Wow. So this is the library in Perting's school. So many people here. They're probably around my age.
A gorgeous sap green dress jumps in the library of SPM. The owner keeps talking a sing-song tone like a chirping goldfish.
We've also got this many shelves in the library of Sotheby's Manor. Are there any alchemy workshops and potion warehouses here, like in our manor?
They only stand and take a look around the place curiously.
Where can I find Miss Buanish? Madame Z told me to come here, but she didn't give any other clues. The people here really need Mr. Teacaptor, who is always nice and warm to the guests. Just twist his teapot ear, then he can take you anywhere. If not so, placing a luck-a-day potion at the entrance would help as well. If I had made it before I came, Miss Buanish and I might have met by now. Or she will just pop up behind me. Are you looking for me? Oh my word! Oops, that was too loud. Where are my manners?
Slowly started with a wrinkle and get her dress and gets on her hand like a real lady.
Nice to meet you. Are you Miss Buanish?
The other girl nods haughtily. Her universe speaks for itself. It seems to be a historic first meeting for them.
That's fantastic. How did you find me? Did you see me in the Oneiromancy? Or through a crystal orb? Either way, it is the great Arcanum. I'm much greater than that. Look at you, dressed as if you'd just been to a ball. You are as eye-catching as the pigment board on a sketch. I saw you the moment I came into the library. A ball. Does the Foundation hold balls too? Non, I'm saying... Est-ce que tous les amis de Vertine parlent comme ça? Never mind. Madame Z told me you wanted to look up the materials on the mysterious school that believes in numbers here. That's right. Miss Mossel told me she will thoroughly check the documents in the Foundation archive. So I'll go through the books in the SPDM library. If we can find anything about that school, we can be of more help to Burton and her team. I'm sorry, Miss Sotheby, but I'm afraid the situation is going to disappoint you.
While you spend the last hour looking for Ticketler's ear, the kind-hearted monitor assistant already gained a valuable access to the library. But I haven't found any records regarding the mysterious school that believes in numbers yet.
Like a bolt out of the blue.
Oh, but Miss Mossel said there are so many books here that they can cover the entire back of a Stronsay beast.
That's a bit exaggerated, but she's right. Nevertheless, the librarian was transferred to a more important position years ago due to the storm. Many old books are not yet sorted. Some even went missing in the chaos. The only relevant materials I could find are the stories of Pythagoras and some books on mathematical theorems. But I don't think they have anything to do with Vertine's issue.
What Matilda sees now is a pair of tear-eyed eyes.
That means I can't do anything to help them.
Aww.
Please stop being emotional. It doesn't work on this professional member of the Foundation.
She looks away and clears herself like a grown-up.
Without field investigation permission, I can't take you out to collect information. But in fact, there is still another reference room only known to the most outstanding monitor assistant. Hooray!
As soon as Laura casts disgruntled glances at them.
It's a violation to make noises in the library! Please follow me, Miss Sotheby.
All shows, unfamiliar surroundings, an impossible mission. Girls walk through the shells like fish swimming through the door.
Thank you so much, Miss Buanish.
Thanks,
You mentioned ball. I haven't heard that word for a very long time. I remember what Mr. Carson, my butler, had taught me. He said, express your gratitude to fair ladies by holding a grand ball. I'll write to my father and ask for a brand new, unsinkable and maneuverable rock and roll park. I'm sure he will gladly say yes.
Maneuverable rock and roll park?
Yes. We can hold a twist ball on it when Bertin and her team are back.
Please allow me to say no. The monitor assistant of SPDM will never participate in such an inelegant activity. Wait, did you just say Vertin and her team? We can talk about the ball later. The kind-hearted Matilda Buanish will try her best to help you with the task. But, of course, it's only out of her sense of responsibility, not for some personal reasons.
They go faster, faster, finally they reach their destination. To punish the fragment errors near the future and to store the currently unappointed files and swords. We built this in the shape of a box with gray and white walls. During this whole time, which might lacerate if you would call it the footnote of history.
Here we are. The reference room storing unnecessary information. It's a place ignored by most staff. Even so, This careful, reliable monitor assistant will not let go of any details.
She knocks on the rusty sign called.
I hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Assistant of Monitor Assistant of SPDM. I will take my responsibility and teach you how to become a devoted Foundation member.
Matilda pulls off the clothes covering the archive cabinet. Dust and rise in the air.
Here is your first task. Read through these unsorted old files. All of them.
The monitor assistant takes a dusty file with the paper inside has already turned yellow.
I have searched all the archived ones. These are the last parts. Most of them are discarded administrative documents, low priority materials, and substandard reports written by rookie investigators. By the way, you should know I didn't sort any of them out for you, and they don't necessarily have what you want.
It's all right. Leave them to me. I love reading.
You'd better do. Here's the key. Keep it safe. You can sit on the cushions there when you sort out the files. I don't want your dress to stain the stone bench. I'll go see if I missed any files. Listen, this monitor assistant will test you on your familiarity with these files when she's back.
Ah, damn it. Get back. 30 hours later.
Double check completed. Looks like I didn't miss any relevant files. Phew, quite a long day. I doubt if that spoiled lady can finish all the materials. She must have been bored and fallen asleep, waiting for her tea kettler in the dream. It takes much more than dancing at balls to be a Foundation investigator. I'll send her back to that teacher when she wakes up. In the end, it will be the kind-hearted Matilda who finishes the task for her. Being a great monitor assistant comes with great responsibility.
Again, Matilda gently pushes the door open. Surprisingly, she is welcomed with an energetic greeting.
Oh! Miss Boanish!
Standing on a ladder, Sylvie gives her a big smile as that files in her hand. The files she didn't finish reading are scattered on the ground, while the others have been well organized in the cabinet.
You didn't fall asleep. Did you sort out these files?
Yes. And I love these books in uncommon shapes. There are so many wonderful stories. I often read books with Sasana when father wasn't at home. We read and read until the red waves woke up the sun. Moreover, these files are much easier than Miss Moisson's reading to us. Here, the gentleman from River Conway tamed a whole group of our banks. How marvelous is that?
Oh, okay. Looks like you meet the basic requirements for being a rookie investigator. Tu es plus ou moins qualifié pour être mon assistante en chef.
The young lady doesn't pay much attention to the mumbles from the monitor assistant. She's busy announcing her big discovery.
And I also found this interesting report. It tells a lot about the storm and the numbers. Will this be helpful to Burton?
Show it to me.
They follow yellow paper from the surgery. Huh? This neat and orderly written report has no beginning or end. Honestly, the author is a meticulous person.
I have to say, it is undoubtedly a violation to submit such a report. But it will be a travesty of the truth and human sense if I cover it up.
Peace, sense, justice. They have always been the creeds in my heart, and are now the reason why I've decided to write down the whole thing. A long time has passed since the first attack of the most severe crisis in our time, but we are still wondering, what on earth does it mean? That was the eve of the millennium, of which no one had any memories, illogically. The next day, time was already reversed to 1996, the moment we opened our eyes.
Just got my glasses on. Also, there's a reason why I gave my model glasses, because I do wear them IRL. I know some people would do it for fashion, but I do generally need to wear glasses. My vision is not that great. Well, I don't know. I figuring. I keep forgetting which one am I. Okay, yeah, okay. I am right. I wasn't thinking to say some weird flip-flop term. Yeah, I'm nearsighted. But yeah, even with the distance I am, I have to squint my eyes in order to read it properly. So I have to wear glasses like all my life. And also, I do prefer glasses over contacts, honestly. Like I said, some people do wear glasses for fashion, and I don't mind. Like I said, for me, I prefer glasses over contacts. Which is why I'm kind of disappointed when I see like some content where like a character like mainly like anime or manga or stuff like that, where like a character will like they start off with wearing glasses. But whenever some weird shenanigan happens, like that makes them more special or more important character in the role in the series, or something in general, they just stop wearing glasses and just switch to contacts, or some magic shenanigans to makes their vision more better. Like I think some come to mind. The one I can think of right now, I do not remember what this anime is. I remember seeing clips here and there. And also a synopsis video. It's just some office lady that got isekai'd and ended up being like a healer priest or some sort. But she made friends with someone. They asked her, can you make like something for skin? And she made the first like skincare product. And by the way, like I mentioned before, this character did wear glasses, and she made a she did her shenanigans and made a skincare product, gave it to her friend. She tested on herself and gave it to her friend. And the next day, she learned that a side effect of the skincare product is it gave her 20/20 vision. So no need to glasses anymore, which was disappointing because she looks good with glasses. But you know what? With those type of media, they think glasses doesn't make you look good.
We walked out of the building made of grey and white marble as usual, hardly aware that the sun we bathed in was from another time. Our survival was unexpected and almost unbelievable in such a calamity which swept the globe. Why did the headquarters of the Foundation survive the reverse? Why couldn't we find our younger selves in the outside world? Did any other region survive it as we did? What was the cause behind this calamity? I didn't know, nor did anyone else.
Oh, that is interesting. I didn't talk about that. You know what? That never occurred to me. Like, what if they can meet their younger self? I guess they can't. What the hell?
Things remained unclear until time was reversed again. This time, we all witnessed that reign in the 80s.
So?
He says in a trembling voice. This modern assistant who always claims to have cool head and never panicked so much.
It's a report written by someone who witnessed the storm. And it has recorded the storms before Vertin became the timekeeper.
Ooh.
Before she became the timekeeper? Whoa. So Vertin wasn't born a timekeeper. She didn't tell you that? Wait, no one is born a timekeeper. It's not an inherited title. Anyway, this report includes the secret chronology only accessible to the core members of the Foundation. You can only check it under the supervision of the monitor assistant before you become a qualified investigator. No matter what the reason is, it shouldn't have been shoved in this dusty room like rubbish. To evaluate its authenticity and risk, the genius Matilda Boaniche will fulfill her duty as the monitor assistant and carry out a thorough inspection of this report. If you agree to this resolution, please nod, Assistant Sotheby.
This teacher's phone terminology says we had never heard of, but it doesn't matter. Based on the tone of speech, she has already decided how to answer.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool!
That was 1985. A gloomy, miserable night compared to that peaceful morning in 1996, when we were only bothered by confusion. We didn't expect time to be reversed again. Nor did we understand the consequence. Even now, I still remember Paulina's desperate cry. One of her hens was already inside the safe area when she fell at the entrance to the headquarters. And that was the only part of her left to us the next second. The only legacies we found were an engagement ring on that hand. And her favorite blue polka dot scarf, which we used to wrap her remains in the end. To be honest, I admired those who still remained calm and sympathized with the arcanists on the edge of mental breakdown. It had nothing to do with the 1/4 arcanist blood in my body. It was only the kind of empathy which all mankind would share out of instinct in the face of a hopeless calamity. We lost many, too many colleagues. In the materials they sent back, we even saw all the horrifying phenomena, such as one's veins turning into electric wires. Since then, the storm, a word simply taken from visual observation, has been used to refer to the calamity. Of course, we can have a word for the calamity itself. But what words should we use to conclude all the absurdity and panic? Before the storm, we were all familiar with time. It was supposed to be a straight line connecting the past and the future. We followed the line to move forward. We broke free from ignorance. We built civilizations. We developed technologies, we promoted the well-being of mankind, and we improved our living conditions step by step. We were so sure that we were making progress on the right path. But then, the path was taken away all of a sudden. Oh, time, our closest old friend, where are you taking us? Back to the two most painful war times in the 20th century? The era when no one had ever heard the hiss of steam engines, or the century when mankind was yet to be enlightened. So far, Mankind has achieved a lot in history. Dynamos, automobiles, flyovers, railways, hospitals, poorhouses. But if it goes on like this, what is the point of all the efforts we have made? Now we are like a shipwreck left on the island of time, witnessing the fall of the whole modern world in the unstoppable tsunami. Even though the Foundation has lost a lot of staff members, they are still doing fine compared to Laplace. My younger brother was a good example. He was the most sensible person I have ever known. On the first day of the second reverse, he told me, in a calm manner,
"At least we have reaffirmed that Newton was right. There was never an arrow of time in classical mechanics. Neither in relativity nor quantum mechanics. That means this is absolutely normal. Whether the time goes backwards or forwards, even if it starts spinning around like a tabletop football player. They're not against the law of physics. We can go back in time and give Poincaré a medal of great profit."
The next day, he almost fell off the 6th floor due to excessive drinking. All the perceptions of time and space developed to this day were overthrown. We couldn't find any theories to explain the storm in any existing researches. There could only be two reasons for this situation. Either we've been completely wrong all the time, or we've come to a brand new world. And this new world can never make sense in the way of science, or that of physics. It cannot be verified by an independent third party, and it is impossible to be comprehended through reasoning. Is it true that we have been going the wrong way? Is it true that those once proven wrong by history, those arcanists who claim to possess gnosis, are actually on the right path? In fact, the one who put an end to the chaos was indeed not a human. This thing, I had no idea what it was. It claimed to be a machine which never stops working. It laughed at the limitations of our brains and the metaphysical mistakes we make ceaselessly. But it did solve the most urgent issue. A system was built to tackle storm-relevant emergencies after it took charge of Laplace. The first measure it adopted was contacting all the existing branches of the Foundations at the time to confirm the scale of available manpower. Then it built observation stations all over the globe to find if there were any other regions immune to the storm. After that, numerous offices responsible for deducing the cause of the storm were established. Even though there were countless disagreements during the research, at least we had taken the first step. I handed in the application to take part in this mission, determined to get rid of the fog in my mind. In 1986, I was assigned to the office in Egypt. All my friends came to the dock to see me off, because we knew it could be the final goodbye. Even though we were equipped with the emergency communication devices issued by Laplace, we were still not clear when the storm would assault us, or where we could hide nearby. What really scared me was not the threat to my life, but the possibility of dying ignorant. Then I boarded the ship to Alexandria from Athens. And that was when I met her. Now when I recall it, it was almost impossible to ignore that group of arcanists on the ship. There were about a dozen of them, all in eccentric stitched robes. They were followers of a strange school which mixes arcanum and mathematics. I talked to them. No matter how much that conversation bewilders me now, I was more excited than confused at the time. They also survived the storm in 1996, and they noticed the unusual changes taking place in the world as well. That means I actually met another group of survivors from the Millennium.
She saw turn the pages.
Wait! A school of arcanists who survived the storm?
back at the restroom.
A mixture of arcanum and mathematics. The ship on the Mediterranean. Unbelievable. Our investigator actually met this group of arcanists who believed in numbers, and even left such a precious record down on paper.
Does it mean we are close to being helpful to Virgin?
The chief assistant of the monitor assistant lets out a cheer.
Certainly. It's what we deserve for all the efforts today. But why did they leave such an important report in the reference room storing unnecessary information? Did they misput it here after the chaos of the storm?
The confusion time until it turns to the next page of the record.
Among them, the most easygoing one was Hugh.
That's not right.
He was an engineer as well as an arcanist. We shared the same preference for human technology, and that became our common topic. Hugh was in his 30s, red-haired, cheeks sunken, and deeply depressed due to some kind of eye disease. He was a decent man, with a prudent attitude, working at a desk most of the time. He reminded me of the imperial miniature painting artists in the Sultan's palace. Most of them ended up blind after toiling for their life. He showed me the picture of his daughter. I don't have children, but I could feel his happiness as a father. Although I got along well with Hugh, he seemed quite out of place among that group, which was actually led by her. I don't know what words to use to describe her. She was like a meteor shower, a tempest, or an unreasonable catastrophe itself. Her existence was just like her name. It was simple, yet implied a lot. Please forgive me for my cowardice. Even now, I don't have the courage to write down her name, if one would call that a name. In fact, she was quite a kind, warm-hearted person. Among all the unregistered arcanists I've met, she was one of the nicest ones towards the Foundation. She looked young, even though I heard she had a daughter too. Besides, she still possessed the innocence of a child, and that kind of excitement exclusive for genius. That's right. It seems the whole world was like a sparkling toy to her.
Sophia's father and 37's mother.
Our communication was heart-stirring at the beginning. Both of us were eager to find out what was happening, like two shipwrecked victims grappling at each other on the sea. But I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about, actually. The problem was not the typical communication issues between humans and arcanists. I was sure the language we used didn't pose any obstacles, but still I couldn't understand any words of hers. I would believe that one is highly intelligent if one can name all the factors of 11,567 without thinking. But what this one said was illogical nonsense which no one could ever imagine. She claimed that there is a world of numbers, above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world where the time flows is nothing but an appendage that has never been real or true. And that's why the chaos in this world is not worth any attention, and we should focus on what happened to the supreme existence. What an utter disaster combining modern maths with the ancient superstition. I saw another hubristic arcanist pretending to be the prophet by reliving Platonism. I don't even bother to mention the balderdash on soul numbers. Even the New Age movement could use some of her absurdity. But that was not yet the end. She even claimed to be aware of the exact year when the next reverse would happen. But when I asked her about it seriously, she said,
"My apologies. I've made an oath. I shall and only shall reveal the demonstration to people who have their own soul numbers."
I'm not sure whether she was making fun of me or being serious, but I had this feeling that she was eager to tell me how she was granted the secret through a moment of afflatus. It seemed she just saw through the laws behind all things instead of finding them through logical deduction.
Can't you see it? It is right in front of you.
After I expressed my inability to comprehend her words 30 times, she finally gave up and proffered regrets. I'd rather take it as a new kind of humiliation. What really irritated me about her, however, was her contempt towards science and all the scientific research methods. As far as I'm concerned, the value of a theory lies in its reliability, universality, and generalizability. Our pursuit of the truth has laid the foundation of modern science, allowing us to change the world. Yet, in her eyes, the value of a theory lies in its beauty. I talked to her on the current situation, and I told her how we would save lives and preserve the hard-earned technology of mankind if we could find the pattern of the storm. It was of course not an easy thing to do, and would take enormous manpower. So I asked her sincerely to join the Foundation. Yet again she responded with contempt. She believed they would only become another military squad of the Foundation's.
Darling, maths are beautiful for their uselessness. That's why it remains noble and graceful in this sordid world, despite you humans' reckless action of using it to calculate ballistic.
She turned down my invitation and left an unfairly negative comment on our storm observation project.
The observation stations you built are destined to be toppled because their basis is the fragile world that follows the laws of physics. The efforts you've made are like nails on a sand beach, which will only be carried away by the next tidal wave.
But I said, perhaps our efforts are in vain, but someone has to do it. We will try every corner of the beach before making the conclusion that the world we are living in is already a hopeless ruin.
What a pragmatic, rigorous, and rational speech. But dear, the world is a hopeless ruin.
The conversation ended in disagreement. I don't know why arcanists hate the world so much. Perhaps the reason is they have never been truly accepted. To this day, I still remember her venomous conclusion.
The world built on past experiences has ended. In your words, which you used to mock us, why not embrace the reality?
Yet about the Gnosis which she deeply believed in, and the so-called prophecies she made through numbers, she had never given any proofs or details that showed rigorous logic. And the reason for her inactions was an oath she had made before some stone? Therefore I believed her words were only the nonsense of a lunatic. When we first met, I thought she was different from all those psychos, who mistook the malfunction of their prefrontal cortex as the will of God. But they turned out to be the same.
Okay, yeah, I had to say, wait, someone, I guess, because the same way, same as thinking, like, how they freaking think, like, the whale gone, and, like, say, they're in the same category, in a way. Also, just gives you headaches.
In the name of human sense, I swore everything she said was absurd and ridiculous to me. Until...
Madame Z said the arcanists on that island are all named after numbers, because they have a strong belief that numbers are the essence of their souls. The investigator wouldn't write down her name. Is it because of the conflict between their beliefs?
Little turns to the next side eagerly, as if checking no brought in class by some undisciplined student. But reality becomes her with an empty page.
Huh? That's all?
Maybe because the story ends with an abrupt stop, or the hope just raises his dash down. Miss Little clenches her handkerchief with her sweaty palm.
Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators. But this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Miss Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time, after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island. But each time we twist the ear of Mr. Glassbox, Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me the ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the shows on the mechanical television.
Knowing the monitor is confusion, the enthusiastic young lady starts looking around for the ear that carries all our hopes.
Stop, Miss Sotheby. Please, take a seat on the cushion and listen to me carefully. This is a detailed report written by a formal investigator of the Foundations, not some TV show full of cliffhangers. That means we will definitely find the rest somewhere.
Oh, I see. Must be a Coco treant who took away the other part of the book. Usually, they will be attracted by Luna Fixer, and by following their traces, we'll find their lairs in the stable.
You mean someone took it away? That's highly possible. Data loss is not allowed in the Foundation, especially under the Monitor Assistance Management.
We must prepare Luna Fixer. Don't forget their favorite jigging magical beans. I don't have those materials with me right now, but I can write to them. It only takes a month.
This casino conversation is clearly too much for this rigorous monitoring system.
Nuh-uh, we don't need that.
After taking a deep breath, Matilda takes out her crystal horn, and an ambitious smile spreads over her face.
You've perfectly accomplished the task from me when you found this valuable report. Well done, Assistant Sotheby. Now it's time for the great Matilda to show a little bit of her greatness.
Deviation, okay. It will meet countless direct great devices for the real answer. I wonder how many chapters are in this. How many there are in this chapter? Laplace Active Computing Center. There is no moonlit during the daytime, but the moon is not the only choice for duration.
Judging from the omen, it's at the northwest, the beginning and the ending of the ring, where the wall reflects repeatedly.
Holding the crystal orb with both hands, Matilda keeps adjusting her position while trying to figure out the vague vision of the sphere. Leslie follows her with curious face.
The northwest of SPDM. This one is straightforward. The beginning and the ending of the ring is not a problem either. The icon of the computing center is exactly the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. Here we are. But where the wall reflects repeatedly, does that mean a closed room with mirrors? The mirror in the display center is a huge kinescope in the wall. And the one in the airtight laboratory is a crystal clear observation window. The one in the rehab center? No. The mirrors in the operation room have been replaced with curved electronic screens of steel structure after that xenopilot made a scene. So, where is the answer?
She suddenly turns around, trying to find the perfect angle for a clearer vision. A white figure storms away from her side, almost bumping out the earth for something else.
Hey! You just hit me! Shouldn't you apologize?
Where did you come from, dork? Wasting my time.
The man groans, occurs, and hesitantly leaves the place, his hand covering his nose and face.
What? How could he say that? That's rude!
That gentleman doesn't look well.
He's covering his face.
His nose is running with purple liquid. Oh dear. Did he drink a whole bottle of purple Crystandra juice? He needs treatment immediately. Oh, if only I had brought the Phoenix heart nerves with me.
He ran towards the rehab center. Nothing to worry about. Just another patient trying to prove he has recovered.
The hasty man has disappeared completely. The little incident doesn't raise anyone's attention.
The rehab center has all the facilities and medicines he needs. He will be properly treated. But why is he wearing the uniform of Laplace? And where's the receptionist here?
The lobby of the scientific computer center welcomes them with definite silence. The counter is no longer busy with people, but with an auto recognition device and staff.
Does everyone go to the weekend party night?
Pumping around the counter, the temporary investigator seems determined to dig out a party gramophone from somewhere.
Absolutely not. The researchers here are too busy to do that. The computing center is working on the most urgent and vital project, the research on the immunity to the storm. We should not disturb them unless it's an emergency. So please stop calling the office and put down the telephone, Miss Sotheby. This is not the ear of a tea kettler, and it won't take you to any twist balls.
The monitors can't stand the difference in their terminology anymore.
Je sais qu'il est débutante, mais quand même, elle est trop bizarre. Guide new members with caution and patience. Trigger the afflatus at the right time. J'avoue que Verten a remporté une victoire temporaire sur ça.
Her mumbling is interrupted by the owner of the cheerful citadel.
Miss Boonish, I just read the map on the counter. You mentioned where the wall reflects repeatedly. Does the vision refer to the racquetball center here? You see, its icon is a bouncing ball.
Let me take a look. Found it! This is really the right direction. Next, empty boxes, glasswares, and copper pieces. Looks like our destination has piles of metal.
The vision in the aura is growing clearer, providing that they are heading in the right direction. That eases Matilda's upset mind.
Good job, Assistant Sotheby. I have to say, I might have gone a bit too hard on you. You are more capable than I thought. Thanks to your prompt reminder, we have saved quite some time.
Sotheby is glad to help.
The young lady gallantly hops around along the way, while she doesn't give up bearing the Matilda's crystal parent.
Miss Boonish, since you're such a talented diviner, why don't you just divine the reason for the storm with your inherited arcane ability? According to Ms. Moisson, the reason still remains a mystery. If the crystal orb can reveal its truth, everything will be much easier for Vertin and her team.
Define the reason for the storm?
The brave assumption is the great diviner, and she almost drops to him.
That's impossible for sure. It's a typical mistake of laymen to believe one can see everything through divination. You are an expert on potions and arcane creatures, but you have little knowledge on other subjects. Haven't you received any systematic education on Arcanum?
Education on Arcanum? I'm of course well educated in Arcanum, with Ms. Moisson as my tutor, and my arcane friends such as Typhon from the Auto Island, Jupiter, and...
Alright, enough!
She shakes her head, stopping her from listing another name from an arcane creature that nobody has ever heard of.
I have understood the fact that the education you have received is not systematical, or say incomplete, imperfect, inelegant. But don't worry, because you are talking to the kind-hearted Matilda. She will spend her valuable time to make it up for you.
The great monitor said she clears the thought and starts recalling what she learned when she was 12.
In fact, the system of Arcanum knowledge is not completely separated from that of human science. For example, the modern pharmacy and chemistry actually originated from the experiments of potions and alchemy in the ancient times. They developed into two different systems because arcanists focused more on the knowledge ignored by scientists, which is gnosis.
I made it up.
The knowledge we learn from divination is exactly under this category. Wow.
Tubby's eyes light up from amazement. Matilda takes out her notebook and draws a brief sketch in it.
Let me fill you in with more details. If two human researchers test Snell's law at two different places at the same time without making any mistakes, they will always reach the same conclusion. Or if two potionists use the same ingredients and follow the same formula to make the cough cough stop stop potion separately, their products will also have similar effects. However, if two diviners respectively perform divination on the same thing, they will probably see totally different visions. Because what the divination shows is merely omens. The interpretation of these omens is in fact a kind of subjective deduction based on the reality, and there is no such thing as a standard answer. Even if the two diviners draw the same conclusion, it is more of a coincidence than a result that implies generalizability. So diviners never check the accuracy of their divination through the review of peers. And this is an example of gnosis. Unlike human sense, it is unique and possesses no universality.
She puts it away and wiggles her index finger.
In other words, even if someone finds out the reason for the storm through divination, they can't have other diviners verify it, because 100 different diviners will give out 100 different conclusions. The scene will be even busier than a concert at Music Verein. That being said, the more possible result we get from the divination is nothing. Divination cannot bring knowledge which the diviners have never learned. The divination of such world-class knowledge as complicated as the reason for the storm can only be performed by world-class diviners. We may find one or two diviners like that if time continues to be reversed. Like Nostradamus. But he lived in the 16th century. Besides, even Nostradamus is not always right. But Miss Buaniche is. Thanks to your divination, we're getting closer and closer to that report, right? You are right! Finding items, interpreting dreams, and making simple prophecies. All these things are just a breeze for the bright and clever Matilda. But inquiring about the storm is beyond my ability, and it will only bring misfortune. I will never make such a stupid mistake.
Matilda regains her radiant appearance.
In fact, this half of the report and the handwriting of the author are perfect divination media. Besides, our target is not far away from us, and I'm familiar with the surroundings, which have made things much easier than usual. It is true diviners can improve the accuracy and controllability of their gnosis by practicing repeatedly, holding the rituals properly, and making targeted preparations. But that still doesn't mean the result will be absolutely accurate.
Tubby nods. No one can tell from her face whether she'll understand that announcement or not. In the vision in the orb, Matilda leads Tubby around another corner nimbly.
The report says that person who mentioned the School of Numbers claimed she was enlightened about the year of the next storm. Is that also by divination?
I am not not sure what kind of arcane skills they used, but numbers are indeed a kind of omen too. I am not talking about the specific knowledge of mathematics, but the numbers themselves, because they are even more abstract than images and languages as kind of symbol. Even so, there is no way for us to verify this prophet, unless it really comes true. That is also why it takes almost nothing to spread a prophecy. My mother told me many people in the outside world write to the Foundation every day, claiming to be prophets who can predict the doomsday and thus requesting unemployment benefits.
The doomsday? Unemployment benefits? Oh my! The outside world is far more wonderful than I thought. How fascinating. This Boanish is even greater than I expected.
You bet! Wait, did you mean I was not the greatest?
They have reached the end of the corridor. Matilda puts away the orb and looks at the wooden door with no sign in front of her. This is where the vision leads them to, the room next to the racquetball center.
Here we are, Miss Sotheby. Now, this is the moment to verify the result of my divination.
She opens the door with a slight push. If I can do it. Damn it!
If you look at the ground after the rain, you can often see a wet, long trail, like this one. At the end of the trail, there may be a snail slowly crawling forward. Yes, forward. The snail marks the direction for us. But what if we don't see any snails at either end? How are we going to distinguish the direction to the future from that to the past?
We need something.
Criterion. Well said, darling. To figure something out, you always need to make deductions based on facts and logical reasoning. What you see is not necessarily true, but what is logical is, because we haven't witnessed or experienced anything illogical so far. If something like that actually happens, it must be because we are too ignorant to understand it for the moment. This point was firmly believed by those researchers who worked in the house like canned sardines. It remained true to them until the first drop of rain rose. The sardines suddenly found that the knowledge they possessed couldn't support the point anymore. The can was opened, revealing a completely different thinking pattern to them. Whatever they used to mend the can, there was still a crevice left between the inside and the outside, and it could be ripped open again at any time.
What happened to them?
The chaos didn't last. If it really was the rain that swept away the snail and messed up time, then we should look at the silver lining. Does it mean we will find out the truth of time once the secret of the rain is revealed? There has never been a shortcut like this one, since time is only an intangible concept. So then, observation stations were built all over the globe. The staff learned how to collect and keep the valuable samples efficiently, in no time. The little boxes they used to store the raindrops are still being upgraded even now. Order and silence were brought back to the labs. Every piece of gear was placed back on the right track. It was a grand feat, and no one could have accomplished it inside this huge, cumbersome machine, except another machine. She took no sides and sought only predictable results. That's why she made a decision as soon as she read that report and its attachment on her desk. The former was about a delicate component which flapped like a butterfly in that huge machine. And the latter was a piece of paper full of circles and dots. Then she stored the information on her hard disk and destroyed the report. And the paper which claimed to have recorded the locations where the storm might happen, yes, the one with the butterfly-like drawings, was retained for data comparison. It seems she's satisfied with the result.
Dimension silence. That invisible hand raises up high, easily plucks a star from the sky. The light is dimmer. Archive cabinets and unorganized files are punctuated by strange devices. Possible. It's like an abandoned utility room.
Where are we? Lost and found of the racquetball center?
She waves away the dust and struggles her way along the toppling cabinets.
The orb showed copper pieces. We need to find something that seems to be locked, but is actually not. Found it! Nothing can stop the genius Matilda.
She finds what she's looking for in the rusted room. Obviously, the port has been here for a very long time. Unsorted, low priority. The corner curls because of damp air. Luckily, the writing is still recognizable.
The trip to Egypt didn't go smoothly. The ship was hit by a common storm at sea. We were lost in the fog after that, completely off course. And something emerged from the water. Since the first storm, the Foundation has received frequent sightings of arcane creatures which should have been extinct in history. I had no idea what I was shooting at, even after I entered the cliff. And I didn't know what to do. Those arcanists brought us back on course. She names the precise longitude and latitude of our location, even without using the sextant in the spare cabin.
I didn't.
I wonder how she did that. Perhaps the world did look different in her eyes. Then when I was about to step on a random plank on the ship, she suddenly dragged me back. I thought it was only an inappropriate joke. But the next second, the plank broke. I was stunned, and asked her how she saw that coming. She just answered me as if we were talking about the weather.
Because that plank is deformed like a rhombus.
I was confused. Where is the rhombus? She laughed.
The rhombus can't be seen with eyes. You shall close your eyes, hearken to the teaching of the Supreme Existence, and seize the moment of afflatus.
Of course, I didn't see anything. Nor did I understand what the moment of afflatus was. Perhaps it's just another privilege enjoyed by arcanists, just like their right to be lunatic. Nevertheless, she reached the correct conclusion in a completely wrong way. Is it really possible? Anyway, she saved my life. But that was not enough to settle the differences between us. She remained rejective to working with the Foundation, and I finally gave up on the attempt to persuade them. My mission on that trip was not to make contact with them. Besides, what we needed was builders of the storm observation system, not some liars who would only make things worse. As for the shelter they took from the storm, she wouldn't say a word, as if she were dealing with a spy who tried to find out the deepest secrets of the Arcanists. In the end, Hugh mediated between us. He gave me an address in Istanbul to which I could send the letters to contact them. After that, I spent more than half a year in the Egypt office. Things were even worse there than I expected. Some have gone missing after the storm. The people who were supposed to be in the Egypt office, according to the member list stored in the headquarters in 1985, were not there when I arrived. The situation could be caused by the limitations of the transmission of paper-based materials, or because the computer was not yet popularized to every corner of the globe at the time. One minor mistake of a copyist could develop into a huge difference. Besides that, the chaos inside Laplace was an even worse issue. I learned that someone published the paper Samplings of Global and Regional Chaotic Energy Route Changes in the name of Butterfly of Lorentz. Apparently they secretly used our sampling sites, yet their research direction and conclusion were radically different from Laplace's. The research is equally divided into two schools. One sticking to the human technology they have focused on, and one changing their direction to Arcanum. At the time, it was still too early to decide which direction was right, without sufficient experimental data. But many already believed that if time continued to be reversed, human technology would only keep falling into decline, while Arcanum, which relies on personal ability, would rise again. It's true that Gnosis cannot be copied, verified by an independent third party, or comprehended through reasoning. Its nature decides that it cannot lay the foundation of science or be popularized to every ordinary person. It takes solid marble to build a castle, not slippery sand. Even so, what harm will it do to rely on Arcanum, when the underlying logic of all things has become unreasonable? Before the disagreement was settled, the storm in 1987 was predicted. We were ordered to return to the headquarters 24 hours before its arrival. But the prediction was not accomplished by Laplace. A captive from Manus Vindictae names the precise date of that storm.
This is... Hold on! A captain from Manus... This is the story, the one that took Verdi's friends away. God damn it, I've been drinking too much. I gotta need to be back.
Our enemies, those lunatic xenophobes, valuing only pure blood, made it further than we did. Yes, we built observation stations, we made countless deductions, we developed multiple simulation models. We made efforts, we sacrificed life, we did whatever we could. Yet the result was that we didn't find any other regions immune to the storm, except the headquarters and another one in North America. In the end, 95% of the branch members were reversed. 87.9% of the equipment was destroyed, and 100% of our predictions failed. In conclusion, our endeavor brought no achievements. As for the captive from Manus Vindictae, the delirium patient who claims that oracles flowed under his parietal bone, when we asked him how he learns the precise date of the storm, he burst into laughter.
Can't you hear it? Has God left you behind when he spread his grace?
Then, he smashed his own skull with a handcuff.
Fuck.
Yes. There was no doubt. He was an incurable lunatic. But his insane nonsense was exactly the reason we survived the storm again. No matter how unreasonable or illogical it was, or how much a lie it sounded like. So we'd better believe we shouldn't go out in black today because the fish is swimming in the water. We'd better believe in the existence of the non-physical, everlasting, transcendent world where everyone's soul is a number. We'd better believe in the supreme existence which caused the disorder of time by merely casting its shadow. That means the life of individuals means nothing more than rubbish, and the world is but an imperfect ruin where only the chosen ones will pass the trial where the rest will be eliminated by the rain. How am I supposed to do that? Finally, I made up my mind to write to her. I didn't expect her to answer my questions. All I wanted was to confirm if she had survived that storm, for the sake of our peaceful talk about the Rhombus. Yet what I heard from them was a simple announcement of her death, with only 2 words. She died. Then it burned and turned to ashes in a second. On the same day, the first and only timekeeper who just took office, the 12-year-old child, returned alone from the storm. She told us the time in the outside world at that point. And that was how I knew she was right.
It is right in front of you.
What? If there is a God, why are you playing such a prank on us? After we had suffered from the collapse of all the existing orders and the failure of all the great laws. If this is what she calls a glimpse of the supreme existence, the moment of afflatus, do you have to present it in such a cruel way? The last 2 digits in the number of the year after that storm were exactly her name and her number. 77.
Our points end here. 2 digits, that's the full stop of the story.
Incroyable! Incroyable! C'est vrai! Quelqu'un a vraiment fait cette prophétie! Pertinent and Soneto will be thrilled to know what we found! Well done, Miss Sotheby! You performed as well as a formal investigator! We need to submit this report to your instructor immediately!
Grabbing the paper beside them, Matilda turns around with excitement. Toby isn't a person standing there.
What are you doing in other people's rooms?
The report is snatched away.
This is my personal item. You have no rights to take it. Please leave immediately.
Personal item? This is a precious record that should have been
submitted to the Foundation. According to Administration and Regulations for Dispatch Personnel, St. Pavlov Foundation Decree number 259, every member of the Foundation, when acting as a field investigator, is required to create a comprehensive investigation report of all their actions and promptly submit it.
And they are obliged to ensure the authenticity, objectivity, and impartiality of the report. No personal bias is allowed in the content. If you have read this report, miss, you should know that it's not even qualified to be filed.
But this is an emergency!
The Storm Information Act is still new to her. She can't think of any articles to support her point of view. She racks her brain for words, but before she makes it, the president starts talking, but one of his eyebrows raised.
I can tell from your uniform, you are a student of SPDM, or... This is Laplace. Do you have your guardian's approval to leave the school, Miss Underage Student?
Approval? I don't need that. I am not a student. You are talking to the exceptionally promoted monitor assistant of SPDM. Here is my ID.
She holds her ID card as high as she is holding the flag of liberty. But she ignored the adult, walks directly to just a little chair in the room and pays attention to educational time. On time.
Did you just ignore a formal administrator of the Foundation? This monitor assistant will report every misbehavior of yours. Every little bit of them.
With this, the monitor assistant can't be more embarrassed in her life. She looks around just to find that Sotheby is gone. Luckily, the chief assistant learns faster than she said. The fairly sing-song tone is making a report. Thrown tutor outside the half-open door.
Miss Moisson, we found that report here. The great Miss Buanish and I discovered some important information. I came to you and Madame Z immediately after we read it. Miss Buanish, why are you confronting Mr. Chair?
Sotheby stands in the door. Her head is tilted. Two doors are behind her.
I didn't expect to see the second half of that report here in your room, Adler.
This time, the owner of the voice can't be ignored. The swivel chair unwillingly turns around.
Don't call me that, friend. Why not just call me Enigma? Just like everyone else. Relax. I know nicknames mean no harm. But I don't understand. How is a report filled with meaningless words of any concern to you, Madam Z?
It provides information about Arcanist Group 13 is now dealing with. If possible, please give it to me.
Of course. How can I turn down a request from Constantine's chief of staff? Take it away. I hope you don't mind the mold on it.
The racer stays seated in the chair and casually hands out the report. Nancy smiles. She seemed glad to see that Enigma still has energy to be sarcastic. But clearly, the monitor assistant can't tolerate such a blatant violation of the staff regulations.
Please pay attention to your manners and do not bring disgrace to the computing center, Mr. Rude.
Miss Willen taps her on the shoulder and quickly looks at the direction of the door.
Ms. Buanish? Ms. Sotheby? You've done a great job. I'm sure what you have found would be of great help to Timekeeper. And I will report your active performance in this mission to SPDM as soon as possible, Miss Buanish. We need to further analyze the files you've found. The first on the scene could provide more detailed information. Let's get out of here.
Contribution exceptionnelle!
The keywords gives this young monitor assistant the giddy pleasure. She can't help but ignore everything else Miss Willen says.
Oh la la, exceptionnel! No. Calme-toi, Matilda. I didn't accomplish it alone. Assistant Sotheby also played a significant role. Hooray!
Allow to your interest Matilda's mumbling.
That is to say, Miss Burnish, we can start preparing the balloons and flowers for the twist ball.
Speaking of which, this monitor assistant still needs to think about it. By the way, just call me Matilda.
In order to get out the celebrate fashion behind the great joy brought by Miss Mulvey makes her actions clumsy. Cheering and discounting, the girls leave the room. Madame Z carefully puts the value report away. The researcher swivels the chair again, hides himself in a fortress made of dusty items. He talks to the through cabinets and equipment in a slow manner.
There will be no advance in human technology. You think so? Even the Madame Z has given up on the study of theoretical physics and become a politician.
No. I've never thought of that.
He turns to the door with a faint smile. Door is closed. Okay, so there's more. Ooh! This is the last one. That's not great material. That's not great material for the wilderness. The drama has ended. All is profoundly pushed in this cold and dark room. The researcher sighs and starts filling the messy papers and dusty tools on the table. Why is it mistaken for a utility room? It is because of the mess. Metallic footsteps come from outside the door.
I am astonished by the fact that you are interacting with others.
Oh, this character. Another trespasser.
They broke in.
The robot in charge of Laplace Scientific Computing Center shrugs and refuses to make any comment. She has already heard all the information she needs in the corridor.
If it was a complaint that you were making, you know it is within your rights to submit an interdepartmental complaint within 7 days after the incident.
Don't bother. That file means nothing to me. I didn't file it because it is a report against the rules. Why bother to submit such a log full of personal feelings and emotional behaviors to our great, rigorous foundation?
Is that so?
I am curious about the key she has.
I am gratified to find that you still have some sense.
I too am gratified that you still have no idea that I was being sarcastic.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Never mind. What do you want from me, Madam Lucy?
Yes, as he bends down and organizes the papers scattered all over the place. This is the best effort he cares to make to receive a guess.
You went all the way to this dusty, rundown place so hurriedly that you even forgot to put on that pathetic mask. This is not because of some old files, I assume.
Pathetic mask? The physics robot inclines its head in agreement.
Certainly. I hope you can be the cryptographer of the Manus Vindictae's ritual. You are still the best.
What is a cryptographer? Is someone who writes or cracks the encryption code used for data security. Okay. Okay, so they're trying to understand the rituals.
You are asking me, a human, to decode the ritual of a pure-blood arcanist group? I don't see how I'll be helpful to this project.
You cannot evaluate your own level of being of value, Adler.
The researcher keeps unfolding more dusty folder without raising his eyes from the table.
Well, you evaluate our value. Test us in experiments you set. Prove the hypotheses by exhaustion. Make mistakes and start all over again. You repeat the process like a roaring locomotive that pulls the research center out of this chaotic disaster. You question not what is ahead of you, nor whether the path you've taken will be regular or easy. The only idea you planted into your little brain is to move forward, to improve.
Thank you for your compliment. Credit goes to everyone.
That was not even a... Ismiergar.
Oh, what is he? That was the language.
Guess you agree. A life without creativity is not worth living. And that's the life that I wake up to every day. I'll never be able to combine human technology and Arcanum. And I'll never comprehend even the slightest part of it. I am useless to you.
He scratches out the paper in the desk in a grumpy manner, making a huge knocking noise.
I don't expect someone made of tin to understand the human mind. But I beg of you, leave me alone.
The robot ignores his emotional speech and keeps talking.
The work of analyzing the masks of Manus Vindicte did not go well. A side effect occurs in the researchers, and it is getting worse. The isolation wards on the basement level are overwhelmed.
Oh, the guy that was running away that had purple coming. That must have been the side effect they were talking about.
What a scene. Have you aborted the experiment?
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
How's it going?
Was mainly at work.
Not yet.
Yeah, mainly at work, and we got some visitors who were sleeping over for the night.
We have conducted the Arcanum imaging experiment on the masks, and found a component which also exists in the raindrops of the storm.
Wait till you.
But knowing what it is composed of does not help explain how it works. What we're looking for is the original ritual that the Manus cast on them.
You're trying to figure out one's career planning from one's physical examination report. I wonder why it is not working. Even if somehow you manage to find the original ritual, you still need a proper environment to test it, which is the outside world with a coming storm.
The researcher turns her wisdom and sarcasm to glow in his eyes.
That's why we can't tell if we're getting results. Even if we had the right ritual, proper permission from the Foundation to travel, and strong-minded volunteer subjects, experiments performed in the Ivory Tower won't succeed because...
An experiment about the storm can only be done in a storm. Glad to see your brain is not rusty yet. It only took you 3 sentences to draw the conclusion which took the seminar a week to reach. That proves you are capable of the project.
The robot in charge puts a document on the table.
The history maintenance team has forecast different critical points of this storm. Foundation investigators are on their way.
Ooh, interesting characters. Greta, Hoffman, and the other character. Interesting characters.
If Manus Vindicte still plans to accelerate the storm, like what they have done in 1929, there will be a high possibility that their people will show up at the transformation point of history and society, also known as the critical point of time, the center of the storm. Your sister, Greta Hoffman, is also one of the investigators.
Oh, his sister.
I have no interest in any Hoffmans other than myself. We have different perspectives.
It is okay. I am just here to inform you that, if any of the investigators successfully send the information of the ritual back,
The research about the immunity of the storm will be conducted immediately. Take your time and be mentally prepared. But once the storm alert is issued, we only have 24 hours to verify the feasibility of the ritual. I wish you will be fully prepared by then.
Robot gets out of the room, leaving him no right to choose. Her feet crash into the floor, making a steely sound. Emma's eyes flicker towards the document. The face on the top is familiar to him. He pulls out the drawer and takes out a scrap of paper. This is the last code he didn't give anyone. The thing is for something's now the age of human has come to an end. Oh, one thing is for sure now, the age of human is has come to an end. Yeah, I'm right, cursive, but you think I would read cursive?
One thing is for sure now.
Oh, for fuck's sake, if I just clicked, they're gonna say it out loud.
The age of humans has come to an end.
So I guess it's Greta. Yeah. Christmas for a person. What is it, brother? The end. Okay.
The end.
Charlotte Prosperity. Okay. And with that item, I should be able to upgrade all of this now. Which is mainly the Paleo Hall. Yep, level up. And lucky enough, I had the materials for it. Island capacity 30, character capacity 1. Okay. Okay, the towers cannot be upgraded. And I can expand the wilderness by 30 more blocks. I could put. Okay, now I'm buying player capacity is now. Seems like I've dropped 2 characters.
Don't be so furious. Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere. Hey, I need the footstep.
Yeah, today I think took a different time by accident.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere. Thank you for your cooperation. I smell the scent of winter. I smell the scent of winter. Don't be so furious. Agents have guns. It's called common sense. Always have careless words. Listen carefully. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all. I smell the scent of winter. Thank you for your cooperation. But everyone. Please don't. Come back to me. Meeting. Yes. Great.
A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to... Congratulations! There are only a...
Hey, hello there. Oh, what's this? Whose heart is this? I hear something. What's your race? Got your back. Talking out calms people down. Agents have guns. It's called common sense.
heart is beating so loud.
Easy peasy.
What's that? Don't be so furious.
Oh, this is no good.
The ingredient store owner said it was very effective. Please believe me. What's this? Be serious. Stay focused. What's that?
I'm afraid of that. We should listen to what people say.
I tripled the ingredients this time.
Secrets always hide in careless words. Listen carefully.
What's this?
Just like in the train.
Oh, what's this? What's your race? Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby.
Don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
Wendy, now!
Say hello.
Come on, stand up. There's one more round.
Wow. So many things that I haven't seen. What's that?
Be serious. Stay focused.
Ah, it seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right?
Go, go! No problem. Oh, what's this?
What's your race?
Unji, now! I can see it clearly.
Stop lightning.
No problem. Oh, what's this?
What's this?
I can see it clearly.
Ah, it seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right?
Stand up. There's one more round.
God damn it, I've been doing a lot of gun stuff today. I'll be right back, I gotta use the restroom.
Alright, take your time. Welcome back.
Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Let the helium fill your pulmonary lobe. So that's your idea.
Your ending is fate. As expected.
I said hello.
Tried it. Realm turns into
How dare you?
Hello, Pinata. So that's your idea. Hello, Pinata.
Handle it gently.
I said hello.
Flying handbag for only 3,000 paper aunties.
your ending is fate.
So that's
Would you buy me a drink? Try for free. Try for free.
As it's realm turns into
Take it. Would you buy me a drink? Hey!
be faithful to the choices.
Bloody prom!
Everything has its cause and effect.
The story begins with a bad adult who did this first. And died at last.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
break it.
Realm turns into reality.
Where's the party star? The party planner. The story begins with a bad adult. He did this first. He fought at last. Did anybody get hurt? No. So that's your idea, party planner.
Take it easy.
Break it, break it. Did anybody get hurt?
Flying handbag for only 3,000 paper aunties.
I've seen your struggle written in the stars.
Hey, hello there.
Oh, what's this? Be serious. Stay focused. Bungie, now! Say hello! No problem. Easy. What's this? What's your race? I can see it clearly. The ingredient store owner said it was very effective. Please believe me. What's that? You still have your race. Ah, it seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right? Crinkle. I know what this is. Bungie, now! This is the gift. Well prepared for you.
Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
I've already said that Sotheby doesn't need a bodyguard.
Interesting work.
I hear something. What's this? No, what's your race?
Talking out calms people down.
Ah, it seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right? Watch your back. Stop lightning.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Be serious. They what's your race? What's that?
Radio waves are everywhere.
That's Pringle.
Everywhere.
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby. Bodyguard! Where is the bodyguard? Shh! I hear something.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Be serious. Stay focused.
Don't be so serious. Radio waves are everywhere.
Say hello.
Everywhere.
Bodyguards! Where are the bodyguards? What's this? What's your face? Shh! I hear something. Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will Sotheby.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere.
Oh, that's it! No problem! Easy peasy!
Just like in the trick, be serious. Stay focused.
I can see clearly. Watch your back!
Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all. Stop lightning! What's that?
Can I replace it?
Whose heart?
We should listen to what people say.
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will
The
Sotheby.
star has moved. So will the mortal spirit. Don't be so serious. Secrets always hide in careless words. Listen carefully.
Hey, I'm your support staff. What's this? I know what this is. What's that?
Oh, what's this?
Ah, it seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right? This is the gift. Well prepared for you. The ingredient store owner said it was very effective. Please believe me.
No problem!
What's this? What's your face? Ah, it seems to be mixed up. It should be fine, right?
Oh, what's this?
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Shh! I hear something. Be serious. Stay focused.
Watch your back!
Agents have guns. It's called
Common
common
sense.
sense. Calms people down.
Go, go!
What's that?
Can I replace it?
What's this?
Can I
Like in the
replace
tree.
it?
Oh, what's this?
Typhon won't give up his friends. Neither will
The
Sotheby.
star has moved. So will the mortal spirit.
Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
Bungie, now!
What's that? Wasn't Ray? Be serious. Stay focused.
I can see it clearly.
I tripled the ingredients this time.
Stay low profile. I don't want to be shunted to some... Welcome. A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide. Wow! Those are treasures. We usually call them the transcendentals, as they are shiny and valuable compared to the rubbish from the world of matters.
Do you prefer demons or ghosts? Or the man with the chainsaw?
Hello, dear. Do I still have to tell you my name?
No, it's already maxed out. Okay, I think I will stop my stream from now. I managed to finish the story of the new chapters. I'm glad. Holy fuck!
Now time for more patience.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna stop for that today. I've been streaming for like almost 7 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a tendency, I don't know why, I has a tendency to start at 12, around 12, which would be like, 3 o'clock at your end. So basically, get that time, that hour to whatever it is now, that's how long I stream. But, yeah.
It doesn't matter when I'm part of or just watching such a stream, I always get used to it if it's so long.
Yeah, I have a tendency to do long streams. I don't know why. Like, I don't do many streams, but I do long streams.
Okay, then it kinda gets compensated.
Yeah, you have like a lot of streamers that will stream like 4 or 5 times a day, but they're like 2 hours each or something like that. While I stream like 3 to 4, I do like 2 to 3 a week, but they're like 8 hours. But yeah, that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna see if I can raid someone right now. Okay, yeah, I'm raiding Cresselia. She is a. I think her Savannah is the goddess of rebirth or something like that. But yeah, she's currently playing Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. She also plays other gacha games like Reverse 99, which she played streamed yesterday.
Right, you've talked about that incident.
Yeah. She also does music. She also does music covers. She did Unexpected Storm. Yeah, she did a cover of Resident Evil Unexpected Storm. Beautiful. I recommend people listening to it. And she is gold. And on this Monday, she will be releasing a new cover, which is one of my favorite songs. Songs. I'll see if we can grab the name of it really quick. Last One Weeping. I really love that song. But yeah, they're gonna get a cover released on Monday. But yeah, I see my time is going out. So yeah, that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Not, most likely you with my friends. Not sure what else I'm going to do that. But besides that, I hope you have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, whatever it is for you. Until next time, Mocha Cookie out.
Take care, everybody.